Chapter 2634. Under Zheng Qiu's lead, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left Zheng Qiu's residence and made their way to the west of the county governor's mansion. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived at a huge stone platform on the west side of the county governor's mansion. The huge stone platform was located on a vast open space. They could vaguely see many people sparring on the open space. Moreover, when they sensed the aura of their flesh and blood, they discovered something in common. They were all younger than 100 years old. These people are the golden celestials below the age of 100 from the other 8 cities in 9 Spectres County, and the outstanding golden celestials below the age of 100 from the county city of 9 Spectres County. Like all of you, the golden celestials below the age of 100 were chosen from their respective cities. Similarly, the golden celestials were selected by the county governor's mansion. Zheng Qiu explained to Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Upon hearing Zheng Qiu's explanation, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu instinctively looked around the huge stone platform. They discovered there were 12 people in total. All of them had the appearance of young men. Their auras of flesh and blood were majestic and powerful. When Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looked at the 12 people, they noticed the 8 people who were sparring with each other. The other 4 people who were watching the battle turned to look at them when they saw Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looking at them. Follow the stairs at the center of the stone platform, and you'll arrive at the cultivation place in the county governor's mansion. When Zheng Qiu's voice rang in the air, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu shifted their gazes from the people around the stone platform to where Zheng Qiu was looking. They saw a huge pit in the middle of the huge stone platform. Naturally, this pit was not dug out. It was deliberately made when the stone platform was being built. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed Zheng Qiu and landed in front of a flight of stairs at the center of the stone platform. The stairs led to the huge pit on the stone platform. They could clearly see the situation inside the pit. The staircase continued to descend, and at the side of the staircase there was a stone room. The stone rooms were equipped with stone doors. Looking down, there were more than 20 stone rooms. Moreover, these stone rooms were separated by 30 flights of stairs. There are a total of 900 steps on this flight of stairs. If you go down 30 steps, you'll reach the first stone chamber, which is the place with the worst cultivation environment. 30 more steps down, the second stone chamber has a better environment for cultivation. At the same time, Zheng Qiu introduced it to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Just down this path, to the side of the 900 steps, there are a total of 30 stone chambers. The stone chamber at the deepest part has the best cultivation environment. It's comparable to the cultivation grounds of Lord County Governor and Reverend Zhoutong. The cultivation environment of the penultimate stone room is similar to the cultivation environment of my room. As for the cultivation environment in the third last stone room, it is similar to the cultivation environment in my courtyard. At this point, Zheng Qiu paused for a moment before continuing. Lord County Governor has named this place the Hidden Dragon Abyss. It's a place that he and many other inner court elders and reverends specially created for you to cultivate. At the same time, it's also a place to train you. If you want to obtain the best cultivation environment here, you can only rely on yourself. In the Hidden Dragon Abyss, anyone can use their own strength to seize a stone chamber. Just like the stone room with the best cultivation environment in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, as long as you can defeat its current owner, you can take over the magpie's nest and take it for yourself. Following Zheng Qiu's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood the rules of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The deeper one went into the stone chambers in the Hidden Dragon Abyss, the better the cultivation environment was. Here, no matter who it was, they could seize a stone chamber with a better cultivation environment from someone else by force. However, there were also rules when it came to challenging someone and snatching their stone chamber from them. The challenger could only defeat the person being challenged and could not intentionally injure the person being challenged. On the other hand, the person being challenged could injure the challenger as long as the challenger was not killed or crippled. The rules were set up to prevent people from challenging the stone chambers with malicious intent. In other words, if one did not have the strength to challenge the owner of the stone chamber, the person being challenged could easily injure the person being challenged as long as the person was not killed or crippled. The stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. As long as I can occupy the stone chamber for a month, I'll be able to obtain 3 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this from Zheng Qiu. After all, he did not have many spirit-nourishing pills left in his storage. If he could obtain 3 spirit-nourishing pills a month from the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, it would be great news for him. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to bid farewell to Zheng Qiu and Qin Yu before he flew toward the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. This brat is really... I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhang Qiu could guess Duan Lingtian's intention when he saw Duan Lingtian rushing into the hidden dragon abyss. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Qin Yu, it seems like you're not in the mood to listen to me anymore. You'll know what I'm going to say next after staying in the hidden dragon abyss for half a month. Therefore, I won't say anything else. Zhang Qiu flew into the air and left the hidden dragon abyss after he spoke to Qin Yu. When Duan Lingtian dove into the hidden dragon abyss, Qin Yu's eyes followed him into the hidden dragon abyss. It was only because Zhang Qiu was present that he did not abandon Jing Qiu and follow Duan Lingtian. Now that Zhang Qiu had left, he could not wait to enter the hidden dragon abyss again. He followed Duan Lingtian all the way to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. The hidden dragon abyss is going to be lively today, Zhang Qiu thought to himself after they left the hidden dragon abyss. He was well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. Because of this, he did not doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. In his opinion, the stone chamber seemed to have been specially made for Duan Lingtian. Because he had already guessed the result, he had no interest in following Duan Lingtian into the hidden dragon abyss. The hidden dragon abyss. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He looks like a stranger. Duan Lingtian dove all the way to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. Naturally, he attracted the attention of several young men who had just walked out of the stone chambers. Their eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as they watched Duan Lingtian reach the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. In front of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian stared indifferently at the stone door in front of him. Immediately after, he raised his hand and a strong wind slapped the stone door, making a loud bang. I, Duan Lingtian, want this stone chamber. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. Although his voice was not loud and his tone was calm, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. His words were filled with strong confidence. Whoosh! At the same time, Qin Yu followed Duan Lingtian to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. He wants to challenge the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss? Heavens! Where did he get his courage from? Although the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss is not even 100 years old like us, his cultivation base is already at the yellow sun-golden celestial stage. He's far stronger than us. He's a stranger. I think he just arrived today. As far as I know, the only person who's missing is someone from Bloody Spectre City. Is he from Bloody Spectre City? Apart from the young men who had just walked out of the stone chamber, there were a few young men who had heard Duan Lingtian's voice and the commotion outside. All of them turned their attention to Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 A group of people who had noticed the commotion began to descend from the sky. They appeared near Qin Yu and watched the development of the situation with Qin Yu. There's an unfamiliar face here. At the same time, someone noticed Qin Yu's unfamiliar face. That person should be with the purple-clad young man. Up until now, I haven't seen the two people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the two people from Bloody Spectre City, a young man said. His words were also acknowledged by the others. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling could be heard again. Outside of the hidden dragon abyss, 12 figures had arrived together. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the hidden dragon abyss. When they arrived at the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian. This purple-clad young man, isn't he the person who came with Elder Zhengqiu earlier? Elder Zhengqiu seems to be in charge of the 2 golden immortals from Bloody Spectre City. It seems like this purple-clad young man should be one of the 2 people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. I remember he had a companion with him earlier. Isn't he right there? Soon, several of the 12 people who had just entered the hidden dragon abyss all looked at Qinyu, who was standing to one side. They recognized that Qinyu was the one who had followed the purple-clothed youth into the hidden dragon abyss. Just as Qinyu was being stared at by many people, boom, rumble. Following the rumbling sound, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of the stone room in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, slowly opened the stone door. You want to challenge me to seize this stone room. When the stone door was halfway opened, a cold voice that was neither happy nor angry came from behind the stone door. When the stone door was fully opened, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was an average-looking young man with a medium build. He looked like an ordinary person. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Chapter 2635. Zhou Fei is here. Newborn, calves aren't afraid of tigers. This brat, who just came from Bloody Spectre City, wants to challenge Zhou Fei and occupy the best cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. I think his name is Duan Lingtian or something. His name is quite arrogant. Not only is his name arrogant, but he's arrogant as well. He wants to challenge the owner of the best cultivation room as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Does he really think it's that easy to obtain the best cultivation room? Humph! If it's that easy, I would have made a move long ago. How badly do you think Zhou Fei will injure him? Not only did the group of young men mention the name of the current owner of the cultivation room in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, but they also thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to obtain Zhou Fei's cultivation room. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. He's also the godson of Lord Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He's always the center of attention in the county governor's estate. I heard revered elder Zhou Tong took a liking to Zhou Fei because of his high innate talent. He took Zhou Fei as his direct disciple and adopted Zhou Fei as his godson. Zhou Fei, who was not originally called Zhou Fei, changed his name to Zhou Fei. Rumor has it that Zhou Fei betrayed his former master and joined revered elder Zhou Tong. I heard about that as well. Zhou Fei's former master was so infuriated by Zhou Fei's betrayal that he vomited 3 liters of blood before he was killed by revered elder Zhou Tong. Shu, keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? More whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized who the young man standing in front of him was. Zhou Tong's godson? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he studied the young man named Zhou Fei from head to toe. He discovered that Zhou Fei's expression was rather strange. This Zhou Fei, even when he heard whispers about how he had betrayed his master and turned to Zhou Tong's side, and how his master had been killed by Zhou Tong, he still had a calm expression. It was as if he didn't take it seriously at all. This made him increasingly feel that he could not figure out Zhou Fei. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at Zhou Fei, had a thought. I almost thought that he didn't care. In an instant, Duan Lingtian clearly caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes, Zhou Fei moved. However, it didn't come towards him. Instead, it rose into the air and landed in the middle of the group of young men who were watching. His gaze was locked onto one person. This person seems to be the one who betrayed Zhou Fei's previous master and joined Zhou Tong's side. Duan Lingtian recognized the young man that Zhou Tong was staring at. A fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. I don't think that was betrayal. Zhou Fei suddenly spoke. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The young man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. Zhou Fei, I was just speaking casually. Since you've said it, you'll have to pay the price. Zhou Fei's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and formed a saber with his palm. Buzz! In the next instant, Zhou Fei raised his hand, and the saber in his hand shone brightly. It whistled as the saber made an ear-piercing sound. Spurt! Ah! The sound of something being severed rang in the air, accompanied by a shrill cry. The latent dragon abyss had quietened down. The expressions of the other young men changed drastically. They looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. How ruthless! Just because he spoke the truth, he cut off his arm. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The young man's arm had been severed by Zhou Fei's palm blade. However, due to the hidden dragon abyss's rule of not crippling people, Zhou Fei did not dare to destroy the young man's severed arm. Instead, he allowed the young man's other hand to reach out with lightning speed and catch the severed arm. Even if this arm is reattached, it will require a very long period of recuperation before it can fully recover. During this period of time, in order to prevent any problems from occurring during the recovery process, I will have to spend a lot of effort to keep an eye on it, and it will inevitably delay my cultivation. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If it wasn't for the rule in the latent dragon abyss, you would have been dead by now. Zhou Fei glanced coldly at the young man whose arm was severed by him. The young man was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. He did not dare to look at Zhou Fei in the eye for fear of angering him again. How ruthless! We can't afford to offend Zhou Fei. At the same time, whether it was the group of onlookers in the hidden dragon abyss or those who had just heard the commotion and came out of the other stone rooms, they all looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Zhou Fei's eyes quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, cut off one of your arms. Then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. If that's the case, I'll pretend you didn't challenge me. If you're unwilling, I'll cut off all 4 of your limbs when I defeat you. I'll make you suffer unbearable pain. Zhou Fei's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, everyone in the latent dragon abyss shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Zhou Fei is really angry. I wonder if this brat from Bloody Spectre City knows what's good for him. If he knows what's good for him, he'll only need to cut off one of his arms to recover quickly. However, if all 4 of his limbs are cut off, even if Zhou Fei doesn't cut them off, it'll be difficult for him to recover completely. Most importantly, cutting off an arm and cutting off all 4 of your limbs are 2 completely different things. After losing an arm, the main focus was on a few things so that it could heal perfectly and return to how it was before it was broken. However, if you cut off all 4 of your limbs, it'll be difficult to heal all 4 of your limbs. That's right. It's much harder to heal all 4 of your limbs than it is to heal an arm. The spectators in the latent dragon abyss were curious about Duan Lingtian's decision. There was only one person who had a determined expression on his face. He had already guessed what Duan Lingtian would do. This person was none other than Qinyu, a yellow sun golden, celestial, who's below the age of 100. He's truly amazing. Unfortunately, he met a monster like Duan Lingtian. Qinyu thought to himself, this brat from Bloody Spectre City, called Duan Lingtian, After witnessing Zhou Fei's strength, he'll probably admit defeat, right? As long as he's smart, he'll definitely choose to cut off one of his arms, kowtow, and beg for forgiveness. From the looks of it, he should be a smart person. In the latent dragon abyss, many of the spectators felt that Duan Lingtian would choose to cut off one of his arms instead of continuing to fight with Zhou Fei for the best cultivation environment in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. Everyone in the latent dragon abyss, including Zhou Fei, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. Idiot! Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Zhou Fei and spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Even Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to respond so strongly to Zhou Fei's provocation. No matter what, Zhou Fei was the adopted son of the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. Was Duan Lingtian not afraid of offending revered elder Zhou Tong by doing this? You dare to call me an idiot? Zhou Fei's breathing quickened when he regained his senses. He was so angry that his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as though he wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Do it! Duan Lingtian frowned impatiently when he heard Zhou Fei's question. He glanced at the cultivation stone room in front of him and said, "Hurry up! Hurry up! I'm in a hurry to go in and cultivate." As he spoke, it was as if he had already taken the stone room in front of him as his own. Hiss! 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 At the same time, the others also regained their senses and gasped in unison. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. This brat from Bloody Spectre City. Is he crazy? Although Zhou Fei is revered elder Zhou Tong's adopted son, revered elder Zhou Tong wouldn't have taken him in if it wasn't for his high innate talent. He's only able to occupy the best cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss because of his own strength. It has nothing to do with revered elder Zhou Tong. This brat from Bloody Spectre City must have heard what we said about Zhou Fei being a yellow sun golden celestial. However, he acted as though he didn't hear us. Does he think he can defeat a yellow sun golden celestial? If he's from King Qin's mansion, he might be able to defeat Zhou Fei. However, he's from Bloody Spectre City. The cultivation environment and resources in Bloody Spectre City are far inferior to the county city of 9 Spectres County. At this moment, most people thought Duan Lingtian was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Apart from Qin Yu, no one thought Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhou Fei. What a boastful statement. Brat, since you're in a hurry to have your limbs crippled, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhou Fei's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging inferno as it soared into the sky. It seemed as though the temperature in the latent dragon abyss had risen a few degrees. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the flames on Zhou Fei's body exploded. Then he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 Chapter 2636. Wong! 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 The saber ray that covered the sky and earth swept out along with Zhou Fei toward Duan Lingtian. Dense saber lights bloomed, and some of them sputtered out and landed on the stone walls of the latent dragon abyss, leaving clear saber marks on them. The bricks used to build the latent dragon abyss were all very special. Otherwise, Zhou Fei's saber rays, which were formed from his celestial origin energy and combined with his celestial technique and divine ability, would not have only left some saber marks on the walls. However, it was rare for Zhou Fei to leave a saber mark on the walls. It should be noted that the latent dragon abyss was made of extremely hard stones. Even a scarlet sun golden celestial would not be able to leave a mark on the walls. And now, the aftershock of Zhou Fei's saber light had left a clear mark on it. From this, one could see how powerful Zhou Fei's attack was. Zhou Fei had yet to use his celestial weapon. How powerful! As expected of a yellow sun golden celestial, when Zhou Fei charged toward Duan Lingtian, the spectators in the latent dragon abyss held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. At this moment in their eyes, the saber rays that shone from Zhou Fei's body were like miniature suns that shot out toward Duan Lingtian. It seemed like they were about to engulf Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian was about to be crippled by Zhou Fei, Qinyu heard Zhou Fei's voice. "Is that all you've got?" Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang in everyone's ears in the latent dragon abyss. Although his voice was not loud, the content of his voice reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Whoosh! 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 The group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, including Zhou Fei, did not have time to react. In the blink of an eye, dense sword cries resounded throughout the entire hidden dragon abyss. Duan Lingtian has made his move. Qinyu knew that Duan Lingtian had made a move when he saw the numerous sword rays that were enveloped by the boundless and peerless saber rays that covered the sky. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Qinyu finished his thought, the sword rays suddenly burst into a dazzling light that enveloped the entire latent dragon abyss. It was so dazzling that the group of people in the latent dragon abyss subconsciously squinted their eyes. Boom! 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 At the same time, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the latent dragon abyss. When they subconsciously opened their squinted eyes, they were shocked to see that there was no one around. At some point in time, the blade glow that had been released from Zhou Fei's body had been completely extinguished. Zhou Fei's attack, all that was left was a streak of sword light. Like gangrene attached to the bone, it rushed toward Zhou Fei. Boom! 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 During this process, the hidden dragon abyss was filled with deafening sounds of air exploding. Along with this, the rolling waves of air turned into a strong wind that slapped the bodies of the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, causing their robes to flutter. Some of the people with weaker cultivation bases felt their vital energy and blood tumbling in their bodies from the impact. They took a few steps back. "My godfather is Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. If you hurt me, not only will you be violating the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but you'll also be offending my godfather." Zhou Fei's terrified voice rang in the air. He did not hesitate to threaten Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. Facing the myriad of sword lights that were sweeping towards him, panic rose in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he was completely locked on by the myriad of sword lights. Even if he tried to flee, it would be difficult for him to escape from the saber rays. Horses can slip up, and people can slip up. It's only human nature, Duan Lingtian said calmly in the face of Zhou Fei's threat. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the saber rays shone brightly again before it suddenly accelerated and swept toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei hastily mobilized his celestial origin energy and severed his legs and arms. After severing Zhou Fei's limbs, Duan Lingtian stopped in time and did not destroy them. Ah! Zhou Fei's shrill cry rang in the latent dragon abyss, causing the people in the latent dragon abyss to feel chills running down their spines. It was as though a coward had heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Zhou Fei's blood-curdling screams lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. After the blood-curdling screams came to a stop, one could vaguely see that Zhou Fei was sweating profusely. His eyes were bloodshot as though he had just gone through an extreme punishment. Whoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the others, four waves of celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Fei's body. However, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, his celestial origin energy transformed into 4 hands that grabbed Zhou Fei's severed arms and legs and brought them back to his body. Zhou Fei's face, which was as pale as a sheet of paper, finally recovered a little after being reattached. Duan Lingtian, you're the challenger, and yet you've severely injured and crippled me. You've completely disregarded the rules set by Lord County Governor. I, Zhou Fei, won't let this matter rest. Zhou Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. If you don't want your limbs to be severed again, hand over the door talisman, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Fei indifferently. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and threw a jade slip to Duan Lingtian. Then he glared at Duan Lingtian before he left the latent dragon abyss under the watchful eyes of the others. Earlier, when he made his move, he did not use any celestial weapons. Even so, he was still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, he had seen the entire process clearly. Duan Lingtian did not use any celestial weapons. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian did not have any celestial weapons. Under such circumstances, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he did not continue to attack after his first attack was defeated. This was because he could sense the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the gap was not small at all. Qin Yu, I'll be going in first. After receiving Zhou Fei's door talisman, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Qin Yu. Then he infused his soul energy into the door talisman that Zhou Fei had removed from him so that the door talisman would recognize him as its master. This way, the formation in the stone room would no longer reject him and he would be able to enter and leave freely. Inside the hidden dragon abyss, every stone room had some sort of array formation in addition to the stone doors. Only after obtaining the door talisman that corresponded to the stone room would one be able to enter the stone room to cultivate. After greeting Qin Yu, Duan Lingtian entered the stone room. The group of people in the latent dragon abyss looked at each other. No one spoke for a long time. In the end, it was a young man in blue who broke the silence in the latent dragon abyss. Heavens, this is too exaggerated. That young expert from Bloody Spectre City defeated Zhou Fei in a single move and even crippled his limbs. Indeed, Zhou Fei's strength is on a completely different level compared to him. Just now, he defeated Zhou Fei effortlessly. I wonder what his cultivation base is. I don't think he's as simple as a green sun golden celestial. After all, even Zhou Fei, a yellow sun golden celestial, was defeated by him in a single move. That young expert from Bloody Spectre City seems to be called Duan Lingtian. I've never heard of such a person in Bloody Spectre City before. More and more people regained their senses and exclaimed in shock. As far as they were concerned, the scenes that had occurred earlier were simply like a fantasy story. Zhou Fei, who was almost invincible among them, had been defeated by a young expert from Bloody Spectre City in just a single move. Perhaps even the group of people in the latent dragon abyss did not realize this. They no longer addressed Duan Lingtian as a young expert from Bloody Spectre City. Brother, you're also from Bloody Spectre City, right? Soon after, someone looked at Qin Yu and asked enthusiastically. Yes, Qin Yu nodded. I saw that young expert from Bloody Spectre City took the initiative to greet you. Are you familiar with him? That person asked again. Not really. We're just from the same place, so we can talk a bit. Qin Yu said. Then do you know what his cultivation base is? Green sun golden celestial? Blue sun golden celestial? If he's a blue sun golden celestial, then he'll be the first blue sun golden celestial to appear in Nine Spectres County in the past 1,000 years. Another person could not help but ask Qin Yu. As he spoke, he exclaimed in shock. I'm not too sure either. Qin Yu shook his head. Of course, although he did not say it out loud, he knew very well in his heart. Duan Lingtian was most likely not even a scarlet sun golden celestial, much less a green sun golden celestial or a blue sun golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's immortal techniques and divine abilities are very likely to be heaven-level immortal techniques and divine abilities. Qin Yu thought to himself. It was no wonder Qin Yu thought so. If Duan Lingtian was a heavenly celestial who had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago, he would only be so powerful if he had mastered heaven-level immortal techniques and divine abilities. Even if he's a blue sun golden celestial, I'm afraid he's in trouble this time. Not only did he ignore the rules set by Lord County Governor, but he even severed Zhou Fei's limbs and offended revered elder Zhou Tong. In other words, he's offended two of the strongest people in the county governor's estate. The county governor's side is still manageable. Even if he breaks the rules of the latent dragon abyss, the county governor might not punish him severely due to his talent. However, if revered elder Zhou Tong fan the flames, it'll be a different story. Chapter 2637. Although Qin Yu and Duan Lingtian did not have much interaction when they were still in Bloody Spectre City, they were not familiar with each other. However, Duan Lingtian had saved his life on their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Therefore, he felt he owed Duan Lingtian his life. At the same time, he also regarded Duan Lingtian as his friend. Now that Qin Yu heard the words of the people around him, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's intelligence, he should have realized this as well. However, after some thought, Qin Yu realized another problem. He felt that Duan Lingtian would not have thought of the trouble he would face after crippling Zhou Fei. But if he had realized this, why did he cripple Zhou Fei earlier? Not only did he violate the rules set by the county governor for the latent dragon abyss, but he also became enemies with the first reverend of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. It was an unwise move. Qin Yu could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He could not understand what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Looks like our latent dragon abyss is going to be lively. Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City has revived our latent dragon abyss. I wonder when Reverend Zhou Tong will come to find trouble with Duan Lingtian to avenge his adopted son. With Reverend Zhou Tong's status and position in the county governor's mansion, I don't think he needs to come personally to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. All he needs to do is inform the county governor, and the county governor will not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. I think so too. Qin Yu heard the whispers of the people around him. After a while, the people who had gathered around Duan Lingtian's cultivation stone room in the depths of the latent dragon abyss began to disperse. As for Qin Yu, he chose the cultivation stone room at the highest point of the latent dragon abyss. Although he also wanted to cultivate in a stone room with a better environment, he didn't want to. However, he was not in a hurry. He only wanted to figure out the background of the others first. Then, if he was confident, he would issue a challenge and seize the stone room with a better cultivation environment. After all, he was not Duan Lingtian, who was more powerful than all the golden celestials below the age of 109 Spectres County. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Qin Yu removed the door talisman at the entrance of the stone room. After making it recognize him as its master, Qin Yu also prepared to enter the stone room to practice and make the best use of his time to improve his power. Even though the cultivation environment in this stone room was the worst in the latent dragon abyss, it was still a very good place to cultivate. However, compared to the location of the Black Dragon Army's Kiliarka's tent in Bloody Spectre City, it was not much different. I hope Duan Lingtian has a way to deal with the upcoming trouble before starting to practice. Qin Yu thought about the troubles Duan Lingtian would soon face and could not help worrying about Duan Lingtian. But he also knew that it was useless for him to worry. With his current strength, there was nothing he could do to help Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that I think it would be a piece of cake for me to help Duan Lingtian. In fact, All I have to do is say a few words. Suddenly, Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression darkened slightly. I hope that Zhou Tong and the county governor of 9 specters county don't cross the line. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. In that instant, a majestic aura was emitted from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a supreme emperor, looking down on all living beings. After a short moment, Qin Yu slightly caught his breath and calmed his heart. Then he started to train. In the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, in the stone room with the best cultivation environment, what rich heaven and earth spiritual energy! As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the cultivation stone room, he was shocked by the dense heaven and earth spirit energy that enveloped him. He only regained his senses after a long time, and his face was filled with surprise. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here, it's several times richer than the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Elder Zheng Qiu's courtyard. As expected of a place that's comparable to the county governor of 9 specters county, this is indeed a good place to cultivate. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the stone room and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes shone brightly. This stone room will be Duan Lingtian's permanent cultivation place in 9 specters county. No one will be able to take it away from me. A good cultivation environment had a direct impact on one's cultivation progress. In the entire 9 specters county, the place with the best cultivation environment was none other than the county governor's cultivation place. Now that Duan Ling Tian had a cultivation place that was comparable to the cultivation place of the county governor of 9 specters county, it was only natural that he did not want to move. He wanted to cultivate in this place as long as he was in 9 specters county. It won't take long for me to break through and become a golden celestial if I cultivate in this place. After experiencing the cultivation environment in the stone chamber, Duan Ling Tian was confident that he would be able to make a breakthrough soon if he continued to cultivate in the stone chamber. Moreover, he would be able to break through to the golden celestial stage. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian took out a prominent celestial stone and closed his eyes to cultivate. The secret of crystal clearance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. If someone was standing at the side, they would be able to clearly see the scene. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the air around Duan Ling Tian merged with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the prominent celestial stone in his hand and shrouded him before it entered his body through his pores. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered Duan Ling Tian's body, it followed the circulation route of the yellow grade celestial method, the crystal clearance technique, through his 99 heavenly veins before it carried the remaining medicinal efficacy of the primitive celestial pill, the spirit hardening pill, through his body. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was constantly changing. Outside the stone room, in the latent dragon abyss, it was calm. However, many people in the latent dragon abyss knew this was only the calm before the storm. Although the prefectural governor's manor occupied a large area, the slightest movement in any part of the prefectural governor's manor would usually spread throughout the entire prefectural governor's manor in a short period of time. Hey, did you hear about what happened in the latent dragon abyss today? Yes. It said that one of the 2 golden celestials under the age of 100 that Elder Zheng Qiu brought back from Bloody Spectre City, crippled Zhou Fei, revered Elder Zhou Tong's adopted son. Zhou Fei, as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Although his limbs can be reattached, there will be repercussions. That's right, that's it. I didn't expect such a golden celestial would appear in the remote Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. Before today, I've never heard of a golden celestial under the age of 100 who's as strong as him. Perhaps this is what they mean by, there's always someone better than you. You're right. Duan Ling Tian, the golden celestial from Bloody Spectre City, who's not even 100 years old, is destined to become famous. I'm afraid the news has already spread out of the county governor's estate. It won't be long before the entire county governor's estate hears about this. At that time, Duan Lingtian will become famous in the county governor's estate. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's estate. That brat really knows how to cause trouble. Zhang Qiu, the inner mansion's elder, who had brought Duan Lingtian and Qinyu here from Bloody Spectre City, had also heard the news. Zhang Qiu was stunned for a long time before he smiled wryly. It's one thing for Duan Lingtian to obtain the best cultivation environment in the latent dragon abyss. But why did he have to sever Zhou Fei's limbs? This is against the rules set by the county governor in the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, he even offended revered elder Zhou Tong. Brat, even I can't do anything about the trouble you've caused this time. You're on your own now. Zhang Qiu muttered to himself before letting out a long sigh. Although he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian and was willing to help Duan Lingtian was still in trouble. However, this time, the trouble Duan Lingtian had caused was not something he could help even if he wanted to. There was nothing he could do. Outside the residence of the first revered elder, Zhou Tong, in the county governor's estate. What did you say? Did father go on a long journey half a month ago? Zhou Fei, who had just found a place to properly treat his injuries, hurried over to look for Zhou Tong. When he heard that Zhou Tong had left the county governor's estate half a month ago and went on a long journey, his expression turned grave immediately. Godfather left. How could I not know about this? Zhou Fei asked in a deep voice. Young Master Fei, Lord Consecrator has gone on a long journey this time, and his whereabouts are a secret. Even the county governor doesn't know about it. If you didn't listen to my advice today and insisted on barging in, I wouldn't dare to tell you about this so easily. Lord revered elder said that no one is allowed to know about his departure. The servant in Zhou Tong's residence smiled wryly. Since Godfather isn't here, I'll go look for Lord County Governor. Duan Lingtian dared to violate the rules set by Lord County Governor in the latent dragon abyss. Lord County Governor definitely won't let him off. Zhou Fei did not have time to think about why his godfather had left so secretly. He was completely consumed by anger at this moment. After he left Zhou Tong's residence, he went to look for the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor, you must seek justice for me. In the main hall of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Fei, who had been waiting for a while, stepped forward and knelt in front of the county governor after the few elders who had reported to the county governor of 9 Spectres County left. Chapter 2638. Get up and speak. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, said as he glanced at Zhou Fei, who was kneeling on the ground. As the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he had long heard about the incident in the latent dragon abyss. He had expected someone to come looking for him. However, he thought the person who would come looking for him would be Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. He had expected Zhou Fei to come looking for him. When revered elder Zhou Tong heard about the young powerhouse from Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian, breaking Zhou Fei's limbs, the first thing he did was to look for Duan Lingtian in the latent dragon abyss. If Duan Lingtian was willing to become his direct disciple, he would not hold it against Duan Lingtian for crippling his foster son, Zhou Fei. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was much more valuable than his foster son. After all, Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old, just like his foster son. However, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat his foster son with just a blow. Such a young expert would only surpass his adopted son in the future, and would not be inferior to him. However, according to Zheng Qiu, the inner elder of the county governor's estate, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City to become Zhou Tong's direct disciple. Under such circumstances, Zhou Tong would definitely come looking for Duan Lingtian and ask him to punish Duan Lingtian for breaking the rules he had set in the latent dragon abyss. However, he did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. "Lord County Governor." Zhou Fei lowered his head and said angrily, "Lord County Governor, that Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City is really out of control. He knows you've set a rule in the latent dragon abyss that a challenger is not allowed to injure a challenger. However, he still broke my limbs and severely injured me. It's obvious he doesn't respect you, Lord County Governor." Zhou Fei continued to fan the flames of anger in Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, as the county governor of 9 Spectres County, how could Tianjiu not know what he was thinking? "Where's Zhou Tong? Why didn't she come with you?" Tianjiu asked. "Foster father, he—" As soon as Zhou Fei opened his mouth, he wanted to say that his foster father, Zhou Tong, had gone somewhere far away. However, just as he was about to blurt out those words, he calmed down and tried to salvage the situation by saying, "Foster father is currently in closed-door training. I did not disturb him." At this critical moment, he recalled that his foster father had left secretly. Even the county governor of the 9 Spectres County did not know about it. Since Duan Lingtian was one of the 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County, and his foster father was a revered elder of the county governor's estate, he should inform the county governor before he left. However, his foster father did not inform him this time. It was obvious that his foster father did not want the county governor to know that he was going out this time. Since his foster father did not want the county governor to know, he did not dare to speak carelessly. "I see." Tianjiu nodded and continued, "Give me a few days. After a few days, I will give you the latent dragon abyss and the entire prefectural governor's manor a satisfactory answer." Yes. Hearing Tianjiu's words, Zhou Fei had an idea in his heart. In his opinion, even though his cultivation and talent were not as good as Duan Lingtian's, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, he was the adopted son of the first revered elder in the county governor's estate. Moreover, his adoptive father was one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate. For the sake of his foster father, the prefectural governor would definitely side with him and not that Duan Lingtian. After all, in the eyes of the prefectural governor, his foster father was much more valuable than Duan Lingtian. "Lord County Governor, I'll take my leave first." After Zhou Fei had an idea of what was going on, he bowed and left. When Zhou Fei left, Tianjiu's thoughts were similar to Zhou Fei's. However, if he wanted to punish Duan Lingtian, he would have to investigate the matter thoroughly. For this reason, he quickly sent someone to the latent dragon abyss to investigate. 2 days later, a distinguished guest arrived at the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. This guest was the special envoy from King Qin's mansion. He was here on King Qin's orders to deliver a message to Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Lord Envoy. In the main hall of the county governor's estate, Tianjiu greeted the special envoy from King Qin's mansion respectfully. Although the special envoy from King Qin's mansion was also a great overarching golden celestial like him, his strength was not something Tianjiu could compare to. Moreover, the special envoy from King Qin's mansion represented King Qin. For this reason, Tianjiu did not dare to be negligent. The special envoy from King Qin's mansion was an old man dressed in a white robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body emitted an otherworldly aura. He looked like an otherworldly elite. County Governor Tian. The white-robed old man looked at Tianjiu and smiled faintly as he said, "Speaking of which, it has been a few decades since we last met. How have you been all these years?" "Thank you for your concern, special envoy. I've always been good." "I've been all right," Tianjiu replied with a smile. "I'm here on King Qin's orders to deliver a message to you." County Governor Tian, the white-robed old man, did not beat around the bush as he said. 3 years later, County Governor Tian will gather 30 golden celestials below the age of 100 in 16 counties. King Qin will hold a martial competition of the 16 counties when they gather in King Qin's mansion. Apart from the generous rewards for the top 10, the counties behind these 10 people will also receive generous rewards. The county behind the young powerhouse who wins the first place will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. The county behind the young powerhouse who wins the second place will receive 2 mediocre celestial pills, and the county behind the young powerhouse who wins the third place will receive 1 mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. When the white-robed old man reached the end of his sentence, a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he said, "County Governor Tian, I believe I don't have to explain the effects of the mediocre celestial pill, right?" Gask. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, inhaled sharply when he heard the white-robed old man's words. His eyes shone with excitement. Naturally, he knew the effects of the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Although the great overarching pill was only a mediocre celestial pill, it could be considered as one of the best mediocre celestial pills. Due to the rarity and uniqueness of the ingredients, the great overarching pill was more valuable than some prominent celestial pills, even though it was only a mediocre celestial pill. The most important effect of the great overarching pill was to improve the cultivation base of a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, if a peak golden celestial consumed a great overarching pill, he would definitely be able to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching pill was equivalent to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. With my current cultivation base, as long as I consume 2 great overarching pills, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck that has been holding me back for hundreds of years and break through to the next level. In other words, as long as the 30 golden celestials below the age of 100 from 9 Spectres County are able to rank in the top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, they'll be able to obtain 2 great overarching pills and help me break through to the next level. If someone from 9 Spectres County is able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties, not only will it help me break through to the next level, but it'll also allow 9 Spectres County to have another great overarching golden celestial. Tian Jiyu's breathing quickened when he thought about this. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He was extremely excited. I heard that there's a young powerhouse below the age of 109 Spectres County called Zhou Fei. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a yellow sun golden celestial. The white-clad old man looked at Tian Jiyu and said, "If he's nurtured for 3 years, he might be able to rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties that'll be held in King Qin's mansion 3 years later. As long as Zhou Fei ranks 3rd, he'll be able to obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, for County Governor Tian." When the white-clad old man mentioned the mediocre celestial pill, his eyes shone with excitement again. Zhou Fei. Tian Jiyu was stunned when he heard the white-clad old man's words. Then he immediately thought of Duan Lingtian, who had come from Bloody Spectre City 2 days ago. Zhou Fei's innate talent and strength were not bad. However, Duan Lingtian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he had defeated Zhou Fei with just a blow. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were much stronger than Zhou Fei's. I've conveyed King Qin's message. County Governor Tian will meet again in 3 years. I hope you'll be able to see Zhou Fei shine and rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. After bidding farewell to Tian Jiyu, the white-clad old man left. After Tian Jiyu sent the white-clad old man off, he looked in the direction of the latent dragon abyss. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, I, Tian Jiyu, must obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. In just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. It was destined that the county governor's estate would not be peaceful today. The county governor's estate was in a mess because of the announcement made by the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. Moreover, it was related to the incident where Duan Lingtian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian challenged Zhou Fei to a cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss because Elder Zheng Qiu didn't explain the rules of the latent dragon abyss to Zhou Fei. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's actions are understandable. As for Elder Zheng Qiu, as the county governor, I'll punish him. Chapter 2639. 3 days ago, news of Duan Lingtian severing Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injuring him had spread like wildfire in the county governor's mansion. At that time, almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was doomed. Most people thought that Duan Lingtian was doomed. After all, not only had Duan Lingtian broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but he had also severed the limbs of Zhou Tong's foster son, the revered elder of the county governor's mansion. However, no one had expected that the outcome would be like this 3 days later. Not only did the county governor not punish Duan Lingtian severely, but he even said that Duan Lingtian was not at fault. Instead, he blamed Zheng Qiu, the inner elder of the county governor's mansion, for not informing Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That was why Duan Lingtian had committed such a crime. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's mistake was excusable. Elder Zheng Qiu did not inform Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Is that why Duan Lingtian injured Zhou Fei? Why does this reason sound a little far-fetched? Elder Zheng Qiu's cautiousness and meticulousness were well known in our county governor's mansion in the past. Is it possible that he forgot to inform Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? Why do I have a feeling that the county governor is protecting Duan Lingtian? That's impossible, right? Why would the county governor protect Duan Lingtian? After all, Zhou Fei is revered elder Zhou Tong's foster son. Between revered elder Zhou Tong and Duan Lingtian, the county governor must be on revered elder Zhou Tong's side, right? That's right. No matter how talented Duan Lingtian is, he's not as valuable as revered elder Zhou Tong in the county governor's eyes. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. They were shocked when they heard the county governor of 9 Spectres County's announcement. They found it hard to believe. After all, their county governor's mansion's inner mansion, Elder Zheng Qiu, was famous for his cautiousness and carefulness. They would not be surprised if the other inner mansion elders were as careless as him. However, they found it hard to believe that Zheng Qiu was careless and made such a mistake. In a spacious courtyard in the county governor's mansion, Zheng Qiu, who was sipping his tea at the stone table, could not help but shake his head and smile wryly when he heard the news. I thought Duan Lingtian was doomed this time. I didn't expect the arrival of the special envoy from King Qing's mansion would allow him to escape this ordeal. Zheng Qiu was not surprised by the news that spread like wildfire in the prefectural governor's mansion today. In fact, he had already mentally prepared himself yesterday. Yesterday, Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had personally come to look for Duan Lingtian and told him about the arrival of King Qing's mansion's envoy. At that time, Zheng Qiu knew that Duan Lingtian was a genius. In the eyes of the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian, the young powerhouse whom he had brought back from Bloody Spectre City, was as valuable as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties and the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. King Qing's mansion is really generous this time, Zheng Qiu exclaimed. He knew that this was why Duan Lingtian was as valuable as revered elder Zhou Tong in the eyes of the county governor. After all, the county governor needed Duan Lingtian to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, in the martial competition of the 16 counties. A mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, was enough to create a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, as far as he knew, if he could obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, the county governor's cultivation base would improve. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, the county governor must have thought of Zhou Fei as his hope. However, now that he defeated Duan Lingtian with just a blow, he has replaced Zhou Fei as the county governor's hope. This point, Zheng Qiu was also very clear in his heart. Otherwise, the county governor would not have personally come over to discuss with him and let him be the scapegoat this time to protect Duan Lingtian. I guess I'll have to take the blame this time. Zhang Qiu thought to himself. Currently, it was widely rumored that Duan Lingtian had violated the rules of the Latent Dragon Abyss because he, the guide, did not inform Duan Lingtian of the rules. Therefore, he was the root of the problem. Under the county governor's instructions, Zhang Qiu was willing to take the blame. However, even though he was the scapegoat, he was not dissatisfied at all. After all, the county governor had promised him many benefits, and even promised him that even if revered elder Zhou Tong came looking for trouble with him, the county governor would protect him and would not let him suffer any harm. In the Latent Dragon Abyss, Duan Lingtian is fine. Heavens! Elder Zheng Qiu is the one at fault in the end? Elder Zheng Qiu was the one who brought Duan Lingtian back from Bloody Spectre City. Although he managed to protect Duan Lingtian, he has also sacrificed himself. Is it worth it for him to do this? Do you mean Elder Zheng Qiu is willing to take the blame to protect Duan Lingtian? That's right. With Elder Zheng Qiu's meticulous nature, it's impossible he didn't tell Duan Lingtian about the rules of the Latent Dragon Abyss. He must have taken the blame for Duan Lingtian. All the young powerhouses in the Latent Dragon Abyss shared the same thought. It was their county governor's estate's Elder Zheng Qiu who took the initiative to take the blame for Duan Lingtian to protect him. Otherwise, even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he would have been severely injured. Elder Zheng Qiu? Qin Yu, who had just walked out of the stone room, was shocked when he heard about the county governor's estate's decision to punish Duan Lingtian for severely injuring Zhou Fei 3 days ago. He did not expect Elder Zheng Qiu would be the one at fault in the end. He had come to the Latent Dragon Abyss with Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu could still remember what Elder Zheng Qiu had told Duan Lingtian when they arrived at the Latent Dragon Abyss. He remembered clearly. At that time, Elder Zheng Qiu had explained the rules of the Latent Dragon Abyss to them in detail, including the rule that the challenger could not kill the challenger, could not seriously injure the challenger, and could not cripple the challenger. This matter concerns the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, Zhou Tong. Elder Zheng Qiu has taken the blame for Duan Lingtian so openly. Isn't he afraid revered elder Zhou Tong will come looking for trouble with him? Qin Yu thought to himself. He could not figure this out. Although Zheng Qiu was an inner court elder in the county governor's estate and the second strongest person in the 9 Spectres county after great overarching golden celestials, he was not a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, his value in the county governor's estate was not as high as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder. So much so that even if Zhou Tong were to brazenly kill him, he would not receive any punishment. In the eyes of the county governor of the 9 Spectres county, Zhou Tong's value was not something Zheng Qiu could compare to. For this reason, Qin Yu was puzzled. Was Elder Zheng Qiu not afraid of offending revered elder Zhou Tong by helping Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu did not know about the martial competition of the 16 counties and the rewards. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. 3 days ago, when Zhou Fei, one of the main characters of the incident, came out of the stone chamber, he thought he would receive good news that Duan Lingtian had been severely punished. However, he did not expect to receive news that Duan Lingtian was fine and that Elder Zheng Qiu had taken the blame for Duan Lingtian. No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Fei shook his head repeatedly. He could not believe what he had heard. However, as he heard more and more similar words, he had no choice but to believe it. Elder Zheng Qiu, Elder Zheng Qiu, Zhou Fei immediately went to look for Zheng Qiu. He asked anxiously, Elder Zheng Qiu, why did you help Duan Lingtian? You're known to be careful and attentive in the county governor's mansion. It's impossible that you didn't tell Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. What's your relationship with Duan Lingtian? Why are you so protective of him? Zhou Fei looked at Zheng Qiu and asked in a deep voice, How dare you? Zheng Qiu shouted and glared at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei, do you know who you're talking to? I, Zheng Qiu, am an inner house elder of the county governor's mansion. How dare you, a mere disciple of the latent dragon abyss, question me? Zhou Fei was not afraid at all. He continued, Elder Zheng Qiu, don't forget that I'm not only a disciple of the latent dragon abyss, but I'm also revered Elder Zhou Tong's godson. If you take the blame for Duan Lingtian, you'll be making an enemy out of my godfather. Not only have you offended me, but you've also offended my godfather. Aren't you worried that my godfather will come after you? Zhou Fei's tone was filled with threat as he spoke. Scram! In the face of Zhou Fei's threat, Zheng Qiu was enraged. He raised his hand and a vast and boundless power swept out. It was like a huge boulder, slamming into Zhou Fei and blasting him out of his courtyard. If you're not satisfied, you can ask revered elder Zhou Tong to come find me. Zheng Qiu's cold voice rang out as Zhou Fei was sent flying out of the courtyard and landed heavily on the ground. Zhou Fei, who was sprawled on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. He did not even get to his feet for a long time. He could not understand this at all. Why did this elder Zheng Qiu not feel the slightest bit of fear when he mentioned his godfather? In the courtyard, Zheng Qiu sneered. He was naturally afraid of revered elder Zhou Tong. However, he had taken the blame for Duan Lingtian on the orders of the county governor's mansion. With the county governor's protection, he did not have to worry about revered elder Zhou Tong finding trouble with him over this matter. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He was in the stone chamber of the latent dragon abyss, completely immersed in his cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time. Finally, half a year later, Duan Lingtian, who had not been disturbed, opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, a golden immortal. Chapter 2640. The celestial origin energy of a scarlet sun golden celestial is indeed much stronger than a violet moon heavenly celestial. After becoming a scarlet sun golden celestial, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his celestial origin energy. The changes in his celestial origin energy could not be compared to the changes in his celestial origin energy when he broke through to become a heavenly celestial. However, I don't know how long I spent in seclusion this time. Although Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through and become a golden celestial, he did not know how long he had been cultivating, since it was impossible for him to keep track of time while he was cultivating. I don't know how long I spent in closed-door cultivation, but I'm certain it wasn't a short period of time. How strange! I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Why didn't anyone question me? When Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhou Fei, severed his limbs, and seized the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss that originally belonged to Zhou Fei, he was already prepared for someone to denounce him. After all, he had broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, Zhou Fei was the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. However, he did not expect his breakthrough to the scarlet sun golden celestial stage would not be interrupted at all. It was as though the incident of him crippling Zhou Fei's limbs did not happen at all. What's going on? Duan Lingtian left the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss and appeared in front of a few young men who had just come out of another stone chamber. These young men saw Duan Lingtian when he came out of the stone chamber and saw Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian. He's out of closed-door cultivation. He finally came out of closed-door cultivation after half a year. What's more surprising is that the matter from half a year ago has come to an end. Come to an end? Based on what I know, it's not necessarily the end. It's said that revered elder Zhou Tong has been in closed-door cultivation since half a year ago, and he hasn't come out yet. That's why he didn't intervene in the matter. If he comes out of seclusion, even if it's been half a year, he won't let it go. That's right. As for the incident half a year ago, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to determine that it was Elder Jing Qiu who intentionally took the blame and protected this Duan Lingtian. If revered elder Zhou Tong comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he would surely not let Elder Jing Qiu and Duan Lingtian off so easily. A few young men looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and whispered to each other. Although their whispers were not loud, they were clearly heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. What happened half a year ago? Is it because I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss? That Zhou Tong just so happens to be in closed-door cultivation? It's no wonder they didn't look for trouble with me. However, they said that Elder Zhang Qiu intentionally took the blame to protect me. What's going on? Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled. What do all of you mean by that? In just a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of the young men who were whispering to each other like a ghost, causing horror to appear on their faces. Duan Lingtian asked calmly, "All of you said that Elder Zhang Qiu intentionally took the blame to protect me. What do all of you mean by that?" Initially, the young men thought that Duan Lingtian was angry because he heard their whispers and wanted to find trouble with them. Due to this reason, their expressions changed immediately. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's question, and when they saw that Duan Lingtian did not have the slightest trace of anger on his face, they sighed in relief. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's question, they did not dare to be negligent. They quickly explained everything to Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would know that he had been in closed-door cultivation for half a year. Apart from that, it also allowed Duan Lingtian to know the reason why the incident from half a year ago was so peaceful and nobody came looking for him to denounce him for his crimes. As it turned out, it was all because of Elder Zhang Qiu. Elder Zhang Qiu actually said that he didn't tell me about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That's why I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him without knowing the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That's why I broke the rules set by the county governor of Nine Spectres County. A slight frown appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. However, doesn't Elder Zhang Qiu know that by doing this he'll offend Zhou Tong? Isn't he afraid that Zhou Tong will look for trouble with him? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he left the latent dragon abyss. He began to search for Zhang Qiu, the inner mansion elder, based on his memories from half a year ago. Duan Lingtian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? Zhang Qiu was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had not left the stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss and had been in closed-door cultivation for the past 6 months. It was precisely because of this that he asked this question when he saw Duan Lingtian had come looking for him. As for the reason why Duan Lingtian came looking for him, he could naturally guess it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could not help but sigh. I can't believe I spent half a year in closed-door cultivation. That's how cultivation works. Zhang Qiu smiled. You've only spent half a year in closed-door cultivation. I once spent more than 10 years in closed-door cultivation. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no time. What I didn't expect was that you, Elder Zhang Qiu, actually took the blame for me half a year ago. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qiu solemnly and said, Elder Zhang Qiu, I know you did that out of goodwill. However, have you ever thought that Zhou Tong would come looking for trouble with you once he comes out of closed-door cultivation and finds out about what happened half a year ago? Duan Lingtian, Do you think I took the blame for you half a year ago to return the favor I owed you when we were on our way to the county city from Bloody Spectre City? Zhang Qiu asked. Isn't that the case? Duan Ling Tian replied with a question. Of course not. Zhang Qiu shook his head and said, After you came to the county governor's estate, I told you that I'll ask the county governor to help you when revered elder Zhou Tong insists on taking you as his direct disciple so that you won't be harmed by him. That way, I'll be able to return the favor I owe you. In other words, from the moment I sent you to the latent dragon abyss, the favor between us has been repaid. Zhang Qiu continued to speak. Duan Lingtan recalled Zhang Qiu had told him this before he left to look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Since we already owe each other a favor, why did you take the blame for me, Elder Zhang Qiu? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. He had a feeling this matter was not as simple as it seemed. If Zhang Qiu did not think he owed Duan Lingtian a favor, he would not take the risk of offending Zhou Tong to help Duan Lingtian. After all, he and this elder Zhang Qiu could only be considered to be acquaintances. I can tell you this later, Zhang Qiu said. Zhang Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I'm more curious. Why did you insist on breaking Zhou Fei's limbs and injuring him when you knew about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? You should know that not only did you offend Zhou Fei's foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, but you also offended the county governor who set the rules of the latent dragon abyss. You're playing with fire by doing that. I'm really curious. Why did you do that? Didn't you think about the consequences? As Zhang Qiu spoke, he continued to probe further. Why did I do that? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. If it wasn't for Zhou Fei threatening to sever my limbs, I wouldn't have bothered to sever his limbs. It's that simple. Zhang Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You broke his limbs and injured him just because he threatened you? Threatened you? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. Elder Zhang Qiu, it's only because I'm stronger than him that day. If I'm weaker than him, I'm certain the person who would have his limbs severed would have been me instead of him. Even if that's the case, you're too rash. Zhang Qiu shook his head and said, According to the rules of the latent dragon abyss, the challenger can't injure the person being challenged. However, the person being challenged can injure the challenger. In other words, he can break your limbs without destroying them. However, you can't do that. I couldn't care less about the situation at that time, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he had completely portrayed himself as a reckless man who did not care about the consequences. However, was that really the case? In fact, he had already thought of the consequences when he broke Zhou Fei's limbs and injured him. However, he still did it. He had thought of a way to protect himself from Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to speak to Zhang Qiu, a figure in the latent dragon abyss flew over from the latent dragon abyss. Tens of thousands of miles to the north of the county city of Nine Spectres County, an old figure flew across the sky. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have traveled a great distance. The figure was getting closer and closer to the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was obvious he was heading to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Duan Lingtian, who injured Fei, is from Bloody Spectre City? The old man's eyes glinted coldly as he muttered to himself. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. And that Zhang Qiu, how dare he take the blame for Duan Lingtian? He's seeking death. Based on the old man's muttering, it was obvious who he was. Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2641. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, in the county governor's mansion, Zhang Qiu's residence. Duan Lingtian, you need to change that temper of yours. You're lucky this time. Otherwise, even if you didn't die from that incident half a year ago, you would have at least lost a layer of skin. Zhang Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, solemnly, in his opinion, half a year ago, if the special envoy from the King Qin's mansion had not arrived in time to convey the message to the county governor of the 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian would have been doomed. After all, he had severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's adopted son. As for Zhou Tong, he had always been protective. If Duan Lingtian was willing to become Zhou Tong's disciple, then he might be able to bury the hatchet. But the problem was he knew that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become Zhou Tong's disciple. This time, you can be considered to have escaped calamity. But if there is a next time, you might not be able to escape calamity. Zhang Qiu said in a deep voice, your innate talent is extraordinary. However, in the spirit overarching heaven, there are many people with extraordinary innate talent like you. Many of those people died young because they have a temper like yours. In the Devata realms, talent and brute force alone won't be enough to have the last laugh. As Zhang Qiu spoke, his tone became more like he was educating someone. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He naturally understood this. If he had not thought of more than one way to deal with the consequences of that incident, he would not have recklessly broken Zhou Fei's for limbs and crippled him. However, in front of Zhang Qiu, he did not intend to explain, nor was it convenient for him to explain. Elder Zhang Qiu. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhang Qiu with a burning gaze and went straight to the point. Why did you take the blame for me 6 months ago? You just said that I was lucky, so you were probably talking about that, right? There must be something fishy going on. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Half a year ago, it was the county governor's order for me to take the blame for you, Zhang Qiu said. Before Zhang Qiu could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He interrupted Zhang Qiu and asked in a low voice, you're saying it was the county governor's idea to make you take the blame for me half a year ago? Yes. Zhang Qiu nodded. Why? Duan Lingtian did not expect the county governor of 9 Spectres County had instructed Zhang Qiu to take the blame for him and help him solve the matter 6 months ago. The county governor of the 9 Spectres County had instructed Zhang Qiu to become the scapegoat. However, he could not figure out why the county governor of 9 Spectres County would do that. He had never seen the county governor of 9 Spectres County even after he came to the county city and the county governor's mansion. Since he had never seen him before, why would he help him? He couldn't figure it out. Because of the martial competition of 16 counties in 2.5 years. Zhang Qiu said, martial competition of the 16 counties? Duan Lingtian was confused. What's that? You should know that there are 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. One of them is our 9 Spectres County, Zhang Qiu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of this. He knew that there were 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, and one of them was the 9 Spectres County. For example, cities like Bloody Spectre City under 9 Spectres County had to hand over celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. Similarly, counties under King Qin's mansion had to hand over a large amount of celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. King Qin's mansion and 9 Spectres County were subordinate to each other. Half a year ago, the county governor's office recruited 30 golden immortals under the age of 100, including you. They're the young powerhouses living in the latent dragon abyss. You should know this as well, Zhang Qiu said. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Half a year ago, I only know that King Qin's mansion ordered us to search for these 30 experts. As for the specific reason, I don't know. I told you this half a year ago. I told you about this. Half a year ago, 3 days after you severed Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, the 9 Spectres County welcomed an envoy from the King Qin's mansion. The special envoy from King Qin's mansion came to 9 Spectres County to look for the county governor. He passed on King Qin's mansion's message to the county governor that the martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 years. Only golden celestials under the age of 100 from King Qin's mansion can participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, the county governor also found out the reason King Qin's mansion ordered the 16 counties, including 9 Spectres County, to gather 30 golden celestials who are younger than 100 years old. As it turns out, King Qin's mansion is preparing for the martial competition of the 16 counties. At this point, Zhang Qiu paused and didn't continue speaking for the time being. In other words, everyone living in the latent dragon abyss, including me, will have to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years, and our opponents will be a group of gold immortals who are less than 100 years old and have been recruited from the other 15 counties? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Zhang Qiu nodded. King Qin's mansion is placing great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. According to the county governor, not only will King Qin's mansion reward the top 10, but the counties behind the top 10 will also be rewarded handsomely. The county city behind the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive the medium-grade celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will get 3 Great Luo Elixirs. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will get 2 Great Luo Elixirs. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will also get one. Zhang Qiu finished his sentence in one breath. Great overarching pills? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. He was impressed by King Qin's mansion's generosity. He knew what a great overarching pill was. It was a pill that could help a violet sun golden celestial to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. It was more precious than most prominent celestial pills. Ordinary mediocre celestial alchemists would not be able to refine it. Only mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a specific celestial fire could refine it. Moreover, even a great overarching golden celestial could greatly improve his cultivation base after consuming a great overarching pill. Some Daluo golden immortals who encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation could also take Daluo pills to break through the bottleneck and step into the next level of cultivation. One could imagine how valuable a great overarching pill was. From the looks of it, you should know how precious the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, is, right? Zhang Qiu asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he could not help but frown. He looked at Zhang Qiu in confusion and asked, Elder Zhang Qiu, do you know why King Qin's mansion is organizing the martial competition of the 16 counties? He had a feeling that King Qin's mansion was not organizing the martial competition of the 16 counties just to recruit new talents. After all, King Qin's mansion had offered 6 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm not sure. Zhang Qiu had wanted to say that King Qin's mansion was recruiting talents. However, when he thought about how generous King Qin's mansion was with the great overarching pills, he felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Now, you should know why the county governor asked me to take the initiative to be the scapegoat, right? Zhang Qiu asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he nodded. He was not a fool. When Zhang Qiu mentioned the great Luo pill as a reward for the top 3 contestants, he knew why the county governor of 9 Spectres County would protect him, a person he had never met before. If that's the case, I have to thank the special envoy for his timely arrival. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He finally found out. As it turned out, the county governor of 9 Spectres County regarded him, a nobody who had just arrived from bloody Spectre City, to be on par with Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. If it weren't for me, Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's adopted son, would have been the hope of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, after I arrived at the county governor's estate from Bloody Spectre City and easily defeated and severely injured Zhou Fei, the county governor has placed his hopes on me. After all, based on the strength I displayed half a year ago, I have a much better chance of getting into the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties than Zhou Fei. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. All of a sudden, Zhang Qiu! Duan Lingtian was about to bid farewell to Zhang Qiu when an old voice that was filled with anger rang from outside Zhang Qiu's courtyard. It was as though Zhang Qiu hated him for killing his father and stealing his wife. Duan Lingtian, who was about to bid farewell to Zhang Qiu, was stunned when he heard the angry voice. He instinctively turned to look at Zhang Qiu. It's revered elder Zhou Tong. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qiu narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's coming out of closed-door cultivation today. Zhang Qiu was already prepared for Zhou Tong to come looking for trouble with him after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Therefore, even if Zhou Tong came now, he didn't panic in the slightest. Swoosh! Zhang Qiu raised his hand and took out a jade token. After he injected his celestial origin energy into it, the jade token turned into a streak of light and flew out of his courtyard at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian recognized the jade token as a communication, celestial talisman with just a glance. It was not difficult for him to guess why Zhang Qiu had sent him a communication, celestial talisman. In the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, there was only one person who could suppress Zhou Tong, the first revered elder. Chapter 2642. Zhang Qiu. Accompanying the furious roar was an old, ghost-like figure. Moreover, the old figure brought a young man with him. In the blink of an eye, they had barged into Zhang Qiu's courtyard without Zhang Qiu's permission. Whoosh! Whoosh! An old man and a young man appeared in front of Zhang Qiu and Duan Lingtian almost at the same time. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the young man who was brought in by the old man. It was Zhou Fei whom he had severely injured half a year ago. As for the old man Zhou Tong, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the old man. He noticed that the old man looked ordinary and did not seem like an evil person. However, at this moment, his eyes and face were filled with anger. After Zhang Qiu's reminder, Duan Lingtian realized this. The old man in front of him was the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Fei was brought here by Zhou Tong, he immediately noticed Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked like a venomous snake that could not wait to bite and poison Duan Lingtian to death. Duan Lingtian? Zhou Tong, who had been looking at Zhang Qiu the moment he appeared, shifted his gaze from Zhang Qiu to Duan Lingtian when he heard Zhou Fei's angry shout. You're Duan Lingtian? Zhou Tong's gloomy expression darkened further. Elder Zhang Qiu, who is this? Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's hostile gazes. He asked Zhang Qiu, who was standing next to him, even though he already knew the answer. He's revered elder Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's godfather. Zhang Qiu replied. So it's revered elder Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon after, his gaze once again turned toward Zhou Tong, sizing him up. He was very interested in Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, who was the #1 revered elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Lingtian, now that you've become my direct disciple, the matter of you heavily injuring Fei, or half a year ago, has been written off. From now on, the matter between you and Fei, is written off. At that time, you and Fei will no longer be enemies but fellow disciples. Suddenly, the gloomy expression on Zhou Tong's face disappeared without any warning and was replaced by a faint smile. The moment he opened his mouth, he directly stated that he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. He also promised that if Duan Lingtian became his disciple, he would no longer make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, and Zhou Fei would no longer make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Almost at the same time, Zhou Tong's voice fell. An expression of "as expected" appeared on Zhang Qiu's face. It was clear he had already guessed this would happen. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm, but inwardly he felt even more disgusted with Zhou Tong. As expected, Zhou Tong was not much different from the rumors. Godfather, unlike Duan Lingtian and Zhang Qiu, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhou Tong's promise to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he became anxious. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. "Shut up!" Zhou Tong, who was waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, turned to glare at Zhou Fei when he heard Zhou Fei's voice. Zhou Fei was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone speak. Revered Elder Zhou Tong. Under Zhou Tong's slightly expectant gaze, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he said in an indifferent tone, "First of all, thank you for your kindness. Secondly, I already have a master. So, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint revered Elder Zhou Tong." Duan Lingtian directly rejected Zhou Tong's offer. "You can come under my tutelage." Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. He raised his voice and spoke in an overbearing manner. "Impossible." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I won't betray my master." "Duan Lingtian, it's your blessing that my godfather has taken a fancy to you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Just as Zhou Tong's expression darkened again and became incomparably ugly, Zhou Fei, whose eyes flashed with joy, pretended to be angry as he looked at Duan Lingtian and coldly shouted. His words sounded more like he was standing up for his godfather. "Duan Lingtian." Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Don't think that it's over just because Zhang Qiu took the blame for what happened 6 months ago. Let me tell you, even Zhang Qiu can't protect himself today, let alone you." Zhou Tong's tone became heavier when he reached the end of his sentence. "Elder Zhang Qiu can't protect himself?" Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Zhang Qiu, who was next to him. He saw Zhang Qiu standing at the side calmly. His expression did not change at all because of Zhou Tong's words. "Humph." Following Duan Lingtian's gaze, Zhou Tong also noticed Zhang Qiu's calmness. He was instantly enraged as he shouted, "Zhang Qiu, don't you think you owe me an explanation for taking the blame for this Duan Lingtian 6 months ago? If you don't give me an explanation, you should know what I'm capable of." A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes as he spoke. "Elder Zhou Tong, you shouldn't ask me for an explanation for this matter. After all, I was only following orders," Zhang Qiu said indifferently. Zhou Tong frowned. "Whose orders?" Zhou Tong asked sternly. However, he seemed to have forgotten about it. In the county governor's estate, the only other person who could order Zhang Qiu around was the county governor of Nine Spectres County. "My orders." Just as Zhou Tong's body was emitting waves of killing intent, as if he could directly attack and kill Zhang Qiu at any moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, making it difficult for one to determine the source of the voice. Whoosh! A moment later, as if a gust of wind had blown past, another figure appeared in the courtyard where Zhang Qiu lived. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure. The figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the courtyard was a tall, middle-aged man wearing a silver robe embroidered with a silver dragon. He had a square face and a determined expression. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His body emitted waves of majestic aura. "So this is Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally figured out the middle-aged man's identity. "Lord County Governor." As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Zhang Qiu hurriedly bowed respectfully to him. Even Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, bowed respectfully in a somewhat panicked manner. Only Duan Lingtian and Zhou Tong did not move at all. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong abruptly glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted coldly, "You actually dare to not greet the county governor when you see him? Are you looking down on the county governor? Do you know you've committed the crime of being disrespectful to the county governor?" Revered Elder Zhou Tong, you didn't greet him as well, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Tong indifferently. Humph. Zhou Tong snorted coldly and raised his arrogant head. Lord Prefectural Governor said many years ago that I don't need to bow when I see him. How can a brat like you, who is still wet behind the ears, be compared to me? When I, Zhou Tong, made great contributions to the county governor's estate and 9 Spectres County, you weren't even born yet. Duan Lingtian, how dare you disrespect the county governor? As the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, it's my duty to punish you. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. His right arm trembled as he lashed out at Duan Lingtian like a ferocious python. His palm seemed to carry the force of 1,000 caddies as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong's palm contained the profundity of a celestial method and divine ability. It was as powerful as 1,000 caddies of lightning. It did not seem like it was meant to punish Duan Lingtian, but it seemed more like it was meant to kill Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Tong's palm shot toward Duan Lingtian, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Swoosh! It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Zhou Tong would try to kill him. His expression changed completely, and his eyes gleamed coldly. The temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees, as far as his eyes could see. Duan Lingtian was about to circulate his celestial origin energy to block Zhou Tong's palm that was filled with killing intent. Humph! Accompanied by an earth-shaking cold snort, a dragon-like power whizzed over from the side. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Zhou Tong's thunder-like palm. Bang! The dragon-like power collided with the power of Zhou Tong's palm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A small mushroom cloud blossomed. The rolling chi waves slammed into the air, creating gusts of wind. After Zhou Tong's palm was blocked, he did not attack again because he did not dare to. The person who had blocked his attack was none other than Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, who had not made a sound since he had appeared. Lord County Governor? Zhou Tong looked at Tianjiu with a hint of fear in his eyes. He did not expect the county governor of 9 Spectres County would make a move against him for the sake of a young powerhouse that they had recently recruited. He originally thought that his palm strike would be able to kill Duan Lingtian, who refused to become his disciple, to avenge his adopted son, and to vent his anger for himself. He did not expect Tianjiu would make a move against him. Revered Elder Zhou Tong, Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, finally spoke. He looked at Zhou Tong and said indifferently, 6 months ago, I was the one who ordered Elder Zhang Qiu to take the blame. What? Do you have a problem with that? Tianjiu asked. Chapter 2643. Over the past 6 months, Tianjiu had not been idle. He had spent a lot of effort and sent people to investigate the background of the Golden Immortals, who were younger than 100 years old in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. After some investigation, he found out, with the strength of Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the prefectural governor's mansion, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, let alone enter the top 3. At that time, he couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, the 9 Spectres County had Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, the other Golden Immortals under 100 years of age that the prefectural governor's mansion had recruited, including Zhou Fei, would not have been able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of 16 counties. Among the 450 golden celestials under the age of 100 from the 15 counties, there are at least 5 people who can defeat Zhou Fei in a single blow. Even if the county governor's mansion spares no effort in grooming Zhou Fei in the remaining 2.5 years, he'll only be able to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties at most. However, if we can't enter the top 3, we won't be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Tianjiyu also realized this when he found out about the young experts who were below the age of 100 from the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's value and status in his eyes became even higher. Without Duan Lingtian, 9 Spectres County would not be able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre grade celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill. That was not what he wanted to see. Half a year ago, I was the one who ordered Elder Zhang Qiu to take the blame. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei were stunned when they heard Tianji use words. At this moment, Zhou Tong recalled something. Earlier, Zhang Qiu had indeed said that the reason he took the blame for Duan Lingtian half a year ago was because he was following orders. However, he did not think of the county governor of 9 Spectres County at that time. Now that he thought about it, the only other person in 9 Spectres County who could order Zhang Qiu around was the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor, why are you doing this? Zhou Tong looked at Tianjiyu and asked in a deep voice. As a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Lingtian was free to speak his mind in front of Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Even if 9 Spectres County could not accept him, the other counties would welcome him. Half a year ago, the envoy from the King Qin's mansion came to the 9 Spectres County to look for me. In the face of Zhou Tong's question, Tianjiu immediately stated the reason in a forthright manner. He started from the arrival of the Duke of Qin's envoy. Finally, he talked about the investigation he had conducted over the past 6 months. He had been searching for young golden immortals under the age of 100 in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Tianjiyu said these words directly in front of Duan Lingtian and Zhou Fei, the 2 parties involved, without any taboo. I see. Zhou Fei's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he could not change anything. The mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. After listening to Tianjiyu's words, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing became rapid. One could vaguely see his chest twitching like a bellows due to his excitement. Yes. Tianjiyu nodded, confirming with Zhou Tong. As the light in Zhou Tong's eyes grew brighter, Tianjiyu said in a timely manner, Elder Zhou Tong, if you're willing to work with me and the county governor's mansion to help Duan Lingtian achieve great results in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. If Duan Lingtian can rank in the top 2 of the competition, I'm willing to give you a great Luo pill. I'll give you a great Luo pill. Once Tianjiyu's words came out, Zhou Tong's breathing became even more rapid. One could vaguely see the waves of excitement on his face. Although Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were not divided into 7 levels like Celestial Immortals and Golden Immortals, they were still Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. However, there were also 5 levels. They were Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Earth Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Heaven Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, and Peak Great Luo Golden Celestial. Among them, Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial was the weakest, while Peak Great Luo Golden Celestial was the strongest. As a Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, who was half a step away from becoming a Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Zhou Tong had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. If he could obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill, he would be able to easily become a Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial. At that time, his strength would be further enhanced. Lord County Governor, I'm willing to work with you and the county governor's mansion to help Duan Lingtian achieve great results in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. After regaining his senses, Zhou Tong immediately made his stance clear. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Lingtian to begin with. Now that Duan Lingtian was likely to obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the great Luo pill, for him, Duan Lingtian's value skyrocketed. In fact, Duan Lingtian's position in his heart had even surpassed his foster son, Zhou Fei. Foster father. Zhou Fei panicked when he heard Zhou Tong's words. Initially, he had planned to surpass Duan Lingtian's strength with the help of his foster father. However, his foster father, Zhou Tong, had turned to help his rival, Duan Lingtian. How could he not be anxious? Slap. However, as soon as Zhou Fei cried out, Zhou Tong gave him a backhand slap. Then he glared at Zhou Fei and said angrily, "How dare you shout in front of the Lord County Governor? If you dare to shout in front of the Lord County Governor again, don't blame me for putting righteousness before family." Zhou Fei felt so wrong that he was on the verge of tears after being slapped for no reason. However, he could only glare at Duan Lingtian and did not dare to make a sound. Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Fei's glare. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's gaze was no longer filled with killing intent like before. Instead, it was filled with kindness. Zhou Tong was not used to this. This Zhou Tong really won't do anything without benefits. Just because the county governor of 9 Spectres County promised to give him a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo pill, he's trying his best to nurture me so that I'll be able to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw through Zhou Tong. He would not do anything without benefits. With the arrival of Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, the matter came to an end. Zhou Tong bade farewell to Tianjiyu. Before he left with Zhou Fei, he looked at Duan Lingtian kindly and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. Here are 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills." As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, he handed 2 bottles of pills to Duan Lingtian. Zhou Fei's eyes turned red when he saw the bottles of pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. His foster father had never been so generous to him before. "Thank you, revered elder Zhou Tong." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. He did not hesitate to accept them. He knew very well, if it was not for the fact that he was useful to Zhou Tong would not have treated him so well. Not only would Zhou Tong not treat him well, but Zhou Tong would also want to kill him. After Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei left, Tianjiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face and handed a bottle of pills to him. "Duan Lingtian, since Elder Zhou Tong has given you 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills, I'm sure you won't be lacking spirit-nourishing pills for the time being. The pills in this bottle are primitive hidden spirit pills. It's a primitive celestial pill that can be absorbed along with the spirit-nourishing pills. Its effect is slightly stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills." Tianjiyu handed the bottle of pills to Duan Lingtian. "Hidden spirit pills?" Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he heard Tianjiyu's words. The hidden spirit pill was a primitive celestial pill that could increase one's cultivation speed. Its effect was even stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills. However, compared to the spirit-nourishing pills, it was much more valuable. Most importantly, the hidden spirit pill could be consumed together with the spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, their effects could overlap. If one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills and hidden spirit pills at the same time, one's cultivation speed would be much faster than if one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills alone. "Thank you, County Governor." Duan Lingtian was excited when he received the spirit-nourishing pills from Zhou Tong earlier. Now that he received the hidden spirit pills from the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he was even more excited. Now, you should know that the reason I took care of you and helped you resolve the matter half a year ago is because I think you'll be able to rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. Tianji looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, "If you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, not only will you be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill for 9 Spectres County, but you'll also be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion. Of course, if you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, I won't mistreat you." Tianji said, "I'll do my best." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Tianji Yu's magnanimity made him have a better impression of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. He knew Tianji Yu was only treating him so well because he was useful to him. Duan Lingtian. After Zhou Fei returned to the second last stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss, his originally calm face was contorted in an instant. He looked exceptionally ferocious. Where did that Duan Lingtian come from? If it weren't for him, Lord County Governor and Godfather would have spared no effort in cultivating me so that I can rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. At this moment, Zhou Fei's heart was in turmoil. In his opinion, Chapter 2644. After obtaining a bottle of hidden spirit pills from Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and 2 bottles of spirit accumulating pills from Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to cultivating. Now, the 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County wanted him to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible as well. It could be said that they were in agreement. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Duan Lingtian and Zhou Tong were the first revered elders. Tianjiu, Zhou Tong, and him were just taking what they wanted. The martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion will reward the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, to those who rank in the top 3. I wonder what kind of reward King Qin's mansion will give to those who rank in the top 3. After returning to the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this matter. Although he was curious, he was also looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian consumed the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, and immersed himself in cultivating. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a person walked out of the stone chamber on the second to last level of the latent dragon abyss. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, he went straight to one of the courtyards in the county governor's mansion. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei immediately went to look for his foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County. Foster father. Zhou Fei bowed respectfully when he saw Zhou Tong again. What's the matter? Zhou Tong raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Zhou Fei lazily. Compared to before, his current attitude towards Zhou Fei had imperceptibly changed quite a bit. In the past, he had taken Zhou Fei as his foster son because of Zhou Fei's innate talent. However, Zhou Fei's innate talent paled in comparison to Duan Lingtian, who came from Bloody Spectre City. Therefore, he was disappointed in his foster son and was no longer as enthusiastic about him as before. Zhou Fei also felt this. Duan Lingtian. Because of this, Zhou Fei now hated Duan Lingtian so much that he gnashed his teeth. Foster father, I want to go out for a while. I want to ask you to send one of the inner mansion elders out with me. Although he hated Duan Lingtian so much that he was gnashing his teeth, Zhou Fei did not dare to show it. That was because he knew that Duan Lingtian's position in his foster father's eyes was already higher than his foster son's. Where do you want to go? Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he asked. I don't know yet. I just want to go out and gain experience. Zhou Fei said. Now, Even Zhou Fei's position in Zhou Tong's eyes was not as high as Duan Lingtian's. However, Zhou Fei was still Zhou Tong's adopted son. Therefore, Zhou Tong did not refuse Zhou Fei's request. Very soon, he gave the order for an inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion to accompany Zhou Fei and protect him. After Zhou Fei and the inner estate elder left the county city of Nine Spectres County, they seemed to be heading in the direction of Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County. Bloody Spectre City was the first place Duan Lingtian went to after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I'd like to see Duan Lingtian's background. I've never heard of such a person in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Fei wanted to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. He had a feeling that with Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength, he would not be an ordinary person in Bloody Spectre City. It was impossible for him to be an unknown person before he entered the county city of Nine Spectres County. This Duan Lingtian might be someone Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, has secretly trained to deal with my foster father. If I can confirm this with my foster father's character, he'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. This was the reason Zhou Fei had come to Bloody Spectre City. He knew about the enmity between Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, and his foster father. As long as he could confirm that Duan Lingtian was secretly nurtured by Lu Fenggu to deal with his foster father would not let such a potential threat go unpunished. Moreover, he would not allow Duan Lingtian to continue growing stronger. If I can confirm that Duan Lingtian is someone Lu Fenggu has trained to deal with my foster father, even if the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, is very tempting to my foster father will definitely kill Duan Lingtian before the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. After all, based on the rewards set by King Qin's mansion for the participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties, it seems like King Qin's mansion places a lot of importance on this competition. If Duan Lingtian manages to make it into the top 3, King Qin's mansion will probably keep him in King Qin's mansion. When that time comes, even if foster father wants to kill him and eliminate him by the roots, it will be harder than ascending to heaven. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up when he thought about this. In a place far away from Nine Spectres County, in a vast area that was surrounded by clouds all year round, lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a fairyland. On the peak of one of the mountains, there stood an elegant woman who looked like a fairy. The lady stood on the peak as she looked in the direction of Nine Spectres County. Her eyes seemed to be in a daze. The lady was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was partially covered by the veil. However, due to the veil, one could vaguely see the outline of her face, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. People couldn't help but have the impulse to lift the veil and look at the beautiful face under it. One could imagine how charming she was even with a veil on her face. If she were to remove the veil, how devastatingly beautiful would her cheeks be without the veil restraining them? If I knew I would have a heart demon because of him, I would have killed him that day. The lady's red lips parted slightly as she muttered to herself. However, when she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to lack confidence. If she could do it all over again, would she really kill him? Even she herself wasn't sure of it. After all, she was the one at fault, not him. Third senior sister. Third senior sister. Suddenly, a pleasant voice like that of a silver bell rang out. A young lady in green clothes stepped on the air from below the mountain peak. She seemed to have transformed into a green ray of light. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived beside the purple-dressed lady. "Liu Luo, why are you here?" The lady in purple looked at the green-clad young girl with a doting expression on her face. Third senior sister, why do I feel like you've been in a bad mood ever since you returned a year ago? Didn't you help the sect find the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk? Isn't that something to be happy about? Master, senior uncles, and junior uncles have been praising you. The green-clad young girl blinked her bright eyes as she asked. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, it was obvious who the purple-clad young girl was. She was none other than Murong Bing, the lady whom Duan Lingtian had met in the little world left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, although they were not husband and wife in name, they were in fact husband and wife. Also, I just heard Marshal Ant say that in a month's sect meeting, she will appoint you as the successor of the sect master. After she abdicates, she will pass the position of sect master to you. The green-clad young girl continued to say, Senior uncles, did she really say that? Murong Bing asked with a glint in her eyes. Yes, I heard it with my own ears. The green-clad young girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, Murong Bing could not help but sigh inwardly. According to the rules of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, apart from one's innate talent and strength, there was another basic requirement to become the sect leader. She had to be a virgin. As for Murong Bing, she was no longer a virgin ever since she came out of the little world, left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect a year ago. In other words, she was not destined to be the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Liu Luo, where's senior uncles now? After learning the whereabouts of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect from the green-clad young girl, Murong Bing's purple dress fluttered in the wind. In just a blink of an eye, she left the mountain. Senior uncles, Murong Bing met the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was also her senior uncles, in a spacious courtyard halfway up the mountain. Bing, why are you looking for senior uncles? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a white robe with many lotuses embroidered on it. When she saw Murong Bing, a gentle expression could be seen on her face. It was as though she was a senior looking at her most outstanding junior. Although Murong Bing was not her direct disciple, she was the direct disciple of her junior sister who shared the same master as her. Murong Bing was also the disciple she was most satisfied with in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Otherwise, she would not have made Murong Bing the successor of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Murong Bing was the successor of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Senior uncles, I heard that you're going to appoint me as the successor of the sect leader in a month's time. I'm here to ask you to rescind your decision, Murong Bing said bluntly. Huh. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was stunned when she heard Murong Bing's words. Then she asked in confusion, Bing, what do you mean? Don't you want to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Chapter 26:45. Murong Bing fell silent when she heard the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's question. Bing, there's something on your mind. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect stared at Murong Bing's eyes and said solemnly, Senior Aunt. Murong Bing took a deep breath. Her beautiful cheeks trembled slightly under the veil. Then she said softly, Ever since I was young, although I am not your disciple, in my heart I have always treated you as my second master. Moreover, there are things I didn't dare to say to my master in the past, but I've always shared them with you. In my heart, you're no different from my mother. Murong Bing's voice was tinged with emotion when she spoke. Bing, did something happen to you? The The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with worry when she looked at Morongbing again. She could tell something was amiss from Morongbing's tone. Morongbing had a secret that very few people knew about. She knew this secret. The Morongbing in front of her was her twin sister's daughter. She was her niece. Her twin sister had fallen in love with a bad man and had committed suicide, leaving Morongbing as her daughter. At that time, she was already the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. To avoid gossip, it was inconvenient for her to bring Morongbing back to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the end, she had placed Morongbing in swaddling clothes at the entrance of the courtyard where one of her junior sisters lived. Morongbing's junior sister was Morongbing's master. Whether it was her junior sister or Morongbing herself, no one knew about this secret. Senior aunt. Morongbing wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she found it difficult to speak. After all, it was related to her innocence. She was not worried about gossip. After all, she had always been indifferent. Even if people gossiped about her, she did not care. However, even if she did not care about gossip, it did not mean her master did not care about gossip as well. She could imagine her master's disappointment. If her master found out about this, she would definitely be disappointed since her master had been grooming her as the future sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect since she was young. Now that she had lost her virginity, she was destined to lose her chance to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Bing, do we still need to worry so much between us? Don't worry. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you. If you don't want your master to know, I won't tell her either. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect saw Morongbing's hesitation, she quickly gave her a heads up. Martial uncle, I am no longer a virgin. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had a worried expression on her face, so she did not hesitate any longer. Whoosh! As soon as Morongbing finished speaking, the expression of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect changed drastically. Who did it? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and Morongbing looked at each other with killing intent flashing in their eyes. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Morongbing. It was directed at the man who had caused her to lose her virginity. In the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, once a person lost their virginity, they would lose their chance to become the sect leader. Even though she was the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she could not ignore this rule. After all, the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had to be tested by the elders before she could become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If one was not a virgin, one would not be able to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a purely female sect. Although they did not interfere with the private lives of the women in the sect, they did not allow the women to involve themselves in the affairs of the sect. This was especially true for the sect leader. The sect leader had to be a virgin. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect set this rule, she felt that if a woman had a husband, she would not be able to devote herself to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If that happened, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be destroyed as time passed. It was an accident. Morongbing sighed. The purple figure appeared in her mind again. She couldn't get rid of it. It was this purple figure that had caused her to develop an inner demon during her cultivation, causing her to almost suffer from chi deviation many times. Even if it was an accident, you still have to tell me what happened, right? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked solemnly. Morongbing nodded. Then she told the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect everything that had happened a year ago. Naturally, she did not mention the man's name. After all, She knew that if she did, the man would definitely die. As it turns out, the compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world cleansing horsetail whisk. Bing! The sect has implicated you. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect said, I was too careless. If I didn't destroy the body of the blissful sect's celestial king, none of this would have happened. Morong Bing shook her head. Bing, who's that man? What's his name? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect asked as she looked at Morong Bing. When she asked the question, a murderous intent flashed in the depths of her eyes, as if she was about to devour someone. I don't know who he is. Morong Bing shook her head. Then she paused for a moment. Her eyes flickered and she continued, I don't know his name. Bing, ever since you were young, whenever you lied, your eyes would flicker. It seems like you know that man's name. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect said, Marshal Uncle, that matter was my fault. It has nothing to do with him. He didn't force me. If we really want to talk about it, he himself is a victim. Morong Bing said, Girl, you're just too kind. That man, only by killing him can he not spread the news and ruin your reputation. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect said with a sigh, In the future, you must learn to nip all hidden dangers in the bud. Tell me the man's name. You don't have to do it yourself. I'll take care of him for you to prevent future troubles. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect said to Morong Bing with killing intent in her eyes, Marshal Uncle, you don't have to force me. Morong Bing said with a bitter expression on her face, Bing, don't tell me you've fallen in love with that man. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's expression changed drastically, as though she had just recalled something. Due to the incident with her twin sister, she did not have a good impression of men. She did not want her niece to make the same mistake as her twin sister. As a mother, she had already suffered a loss once. As a daughter, she could not suffer a loss again. Fallen in love with him? Upon hearing the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's words, Morong Bing's beautiful eyes became misty again. The purple figure kept appearing in her mind. She kept asking herself, What's the matter? Have I really fallen in love with him? In the end, she discovered she could not answer this question at all. However, there was one thing she was certain of. If that man was present and her martial uncle wanted to kill him, she would definitely protect him, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Perhaps she felt it was her fault. Perhaps it was because she was truly moved by the man who had taken away her first time, which was also the only time she had ever had sex with him up until now. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect sighed when she saw Morong Bing's misty eyes. Then she said with a tired expression on her face, Bing, I'm a little tired. You can leave now. Yes. Morong Bing nodded and left. After Morong Bing left, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect no longer looked tired. A determined expression appeared on her face. No matter who you are, I won't let you hurt Bing. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find you and kill you to prevent future trouble. The killing intent in the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's eyes intensified. It was as though even slaughtering thousands of cities would not be able to quell her killing intent. Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, King Chin's Mansion, 9 Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City. At this moment, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's eyes that were filled with killing intent began to burn fiercely. It was as though the flames in her eyes were capable of incinerating everything. Time continued to pass. In the Silverworm Army's camp in Bloody Spectre City, 3 people were standing in the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, while one of them was seated. Are you sure Duan Lingtian has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? Moreover, he's just a heavenly celestial? The young man sitting in the tent asked in a deep voice as he looked at one of the three people standing in the tent. If the Silverworm army soldiers were present, they would recognize the person the young man was questioning was none other than Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army. However, Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, was extremely humble in front of this young man. It was as though he was facing Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Young Master Fei, I'm certain. If you don't believe me, I can bring you to see the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Lingtian. Those people who have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago wouldn't dare to trick you, young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long said confidently. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would recognize the young man with just a glance. The young man sitting in the tent was none other than Zhou Fei, whom Miao Lai Long had severed earlier. He was also the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2646. After staying in the Silverworm army for a few days, Zhou Fei finally confirmed one thing. Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Moreover, he had ascended to the celestial ascension pool. Those who ascended from the celestial ascension pool were only heavenly celestials. A heavenly celestial who managed to defeat me half a year after ascending to the spirit overarching heaven. The celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered must be heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Fei's breathing quickened when he realized this. If any of you dare to spread this news, I'll make sure all of you die a graveless death. Zhou Fei looked at Miao Lai Long, Miao Lai Feng, and Yang Kong Ping coldly before he added, When I return to the county governor's estate, I'll go to the county governor's estate. When I return to the prefectural governor's mansion, I will tell my adoptive father about this. When the time comes, I will ask him to bestow upon you a generous reward. Zhou Fei used both the carrot and the stick to prevent the trio from spreading this news. If news of this spread, he and his godfather would not be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities Duan Lingtian had mastered. He could imagine this. If news of Duan Lingtian mastering a heaven-grade celestial method and a heaven-grade divine ability spread, it would cause an uproar in King Qin's mansion and the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, let alone Nine Spectres County. After all, even the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom did not have any heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Thank you, young Master Fei. Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Miao Lai Long and the other two quickly expressed their gratitude. Young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long suddenly recalled something. He looked at Zhou Fei with a burning gaze and said, If revered elder Zhou Tong has obtained the celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Lingtian, please put in a good word for me and ask him to teach me one of the Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Just one is enough. I only need one, Miao Lai Long said. He had heard about how Duan Lingtian had severely injured Zhou Fei 1.5 years ago in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he was certain, Duan Lingtian had mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and celestial methods and celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian, Duan Ling celestial, Duan Ling dynasty, Duan S and Duan Ling Duan Duan S Duan S Duan Dun's heavens Duan heavens heard S. They knew very well, if Miao Lai Long could obtain one of the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered, they would be able to obtain it as well. After all, Miao Lai Long was Miao Lai Feng's biological brother. Of course, that's not a problem. Zhou Fei agreed immediately. Thank you, young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long quickly expressed his gratitude. Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping looked at each other with a hint of excitement in their eyes. At this moment, Miao Lai Long and the other two were so excited that they did not notice Zhou Fei's gaze. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Zhou Fei's eyes. After a while, Zhou Fei greeted Miao Lai Long calmly before he left the Silverworm Army's camp. He made his way to Bloody Spectre City to meet up with the elder in the county governor's mansion that his foster father had sent him. Elder Qian, please send me back to 9 Spectres County. The inner estate elder who escorted Zhou Fei from the county city of 9 Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City was a subordinate of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. He only obeyed Zhou Tong's orders. Since Zhou Fei was Zhou Tong's foster son, he treated Zhou Fei as his young master. Yes, young Master Fei. After leaving Bloody Spectre City and returning to the county city of 9 Spectres County, Zhou Fei asked the inner mansion's elder to bring him back. Therefore, it did not take long for them to return to the county city and the county city. The first thing he did when he returned to the county governor's mansion was to look for his foster father, Zhou Tong. Foster father. When Zhou Fei saw Zhou Tong, he quickly told Zhou Tong everything he knew about the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian. Is he someone who just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? He was only a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial 2 years ago. Also, 2 years ago he was so strong that he could suppress an ordinary golden immortal. Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong felt as though he was listening to a fantasy story. He did not believe it at all. What a joke! Duan Lingtian was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. How could he be strong enough to defeat his foster son and injure him severely? Foster father, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City and investigate. Seeing that Zhou Tong did not believe him, Zhou Fei became anxious and solemnly vowed, Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Fei's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, If I'm not mistaken, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City is Lu Fenggu, right? That's him. Zhou Fei hurriedly replied. At the same time he recalled something and added, I heard from Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City, that before Duan Lingtian came to the county governor's mansion, Lu Fenggu thought highly of him. Moreover, Lu Fenggu even allowed Duan Lingtian to cultivate in his cultivation room. As the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu's cultivation room has the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. It's the best place to cultivate. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, even the commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army had never entered Lu Fenggu's quiet room to cultivate. At this point, Zhou Fei paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Miao Lai Long told me that Duan Lingtian had only just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Miao Lai Long even brought Lu Fenggu to the Silverworm Army to verify this with the other ascenders who ascended at the same time as Duan Lingtian. In the end, Lu Fenggu also confirmed that Duan Lingtian had only just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. However, contrary to Miao Lai Long's expectations, he didn't force Duan Lingtian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. Instead, he nurtured him and invited him to the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei looked at Zhou Tong. His expression gradually turned solemn before he continued. Godfather, I suspect that Lu Fenggu is using the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's mansion to train Duan Lingtian to deal with you. However, this was only Zhou Fei's guess. However, he still said it. Lu Fenggu. Humph. After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong uttered Lu Fenggu's name. His eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in them. He then snorted coldly. You, Follow me to Bloody Spectre City again." Zhou Tong looked at Zhou Fei. Without waiting for Zhou Fei's reply, he raised his hand again. A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out and shrouded Zhou Fei. Then he brought Zhou Fei away from the county city of 9 Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial, so his speed was much faster than the inner court elder who brought Zhou Fei back to the county city. For this reason, it took Zhou Fei less time to arrive at Bloody Spectre City. After arriving at Bloody Spectre City, Zhou Tong went to the Silverworm Army's camp under Zhou Fei's guidance. "This is my godfather, Zhou Tong. He's also the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County," Zhou Fei said to Miao Lailong as he stood behind Zhou Tong in the tent of Miao Lailong, the commander of the Silverworm Army. "Greetings, revered elder Zhou Tong." Although Miao Lailong had guessed the old man's identity when he saw him, he could not help but tremble in shock when he heard Zhou Fei's introduction. Then he humbly bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet the old man. "My godfather wishes to meet the person who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven at the same time as Duan Lingtian," Zhou Fei said to Miao Lailong. Then, with Miao Lailong's cooperation, Zhou Tong confirmed Zhou Tong's identity. Duan Lingtian was indeed a heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed with greed. It was as though he could not wait to imprison Duan Lingtian and force the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Boom! Just when Miao Lailong thought Zhou Tong would give him some benefits, Zhou Tong's celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of his body. It was as though a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed Miao Lailong whole. Humph! As soon as Zhou Tong killed Miao Lailong, Zhou Tong snorted coldly and blocked the power of the minor floating image, celestial talisman, on Miao Lailong's body, preventing it from being transmitted to the corresponding major floating image, celestial talisman, in the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. As soon as Miao Lailong died, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, discovered that Miao Lailong's soul pearl had shattered. When he tried to use the major floating image, celestial talisman, to check how Miao Lailong had died, he discovered there was no reaction from the talisman. The attacker is a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu's expression changed drastically. Soon after, Lu Fenggu heard about the deaths of Miao Lailong's sister, Miao Laifeng, and Miao Lailong's brother-in-law, Yang Kongping. It was to the extent that the entire Silver Dragon Army's camp was covered in blood, and it was difficult to find a single survivor. 2 figures left Bloody Spectre City and made their way to the county city of 9 Spectres County. "Godfather, why didn't you look for Lu Fenggu?" Zhou Fei asked, puzzled. "It won't be too late to look for Duan Lingtian after I obtain his heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and kill him." Chapter 2647. But, Godfather, with Duan Lingtian's strength, there's a high chance he'll be able to enter the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion 1.5 years later. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Zhou Fei rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, he deliberately asked, "Do you plan to make a move on him after he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Or now?" After he said those words, Zhou Fei's gaze landed on Zhou Tong's face. He wanted to see how his adoptive father would react to his words from his face. Humph. Hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong coldly snorted again. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and his expression instantly darkened. Of course now. He did not know why King Qin's mansion would go to such great lengths to hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, based on the great overarching pills that King Qin's mansion awarded to the top 3 participants, it was clear that King Qin's mansion placed great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian failed to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he would not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. If Duan Lingtian managed to enter the top 2, he would be able to obtain the great overarching pill. However, once Duan Lingtian made it into the top 3 or top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's mansion would definitely pay more attention to Duan Lingtian, who had performed outstandingly in the competition. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for Zhou Tong to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered. On one hand, he might not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. On the other hand, he might be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Zhou Tong thought about it for a moment before he chose the second option. Of course now. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Tong's words. He quickly flattered, "Godfather, you're wise. If we let Duan Lingtian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it won't be as easy as killing him now." This was the result that Zhou Fei was waiting for. Duan Lingtian, compared to the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, which I might not be able to obtain, the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities you possess are much more tempting to me. Just wait for my foster father to force you to hand over your immortal arts and divine abilities, and then kill you in the end. While flattering Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. It was as if he was talking to Duan Lingtian face to face. "Foster father." Zhou Fei continued, "Now the county governor thinks very highly of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make a move on that Duan Lingtian in the county governor's manor. Moreover, if you threaten Duan Lingtian in the county governor's manor, Lord County Governor will find out that Duan Lingtian has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At that time, it'll be fine if Lord County Governor is willing to share the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with you. However, if he's unwilling or insists on letting Duan Lingtian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's manor might take a liking to him and make him stay in King Qin's manor. At that time, not only will it be difficult for you to threaten him, but even Lord County Governor might not be able to do so. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian is someone who Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, intentionally raised to deal with you, father, with his innate talent, he'll be able to grow quickly in King Qin's manor. Coupled with the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered, I'm afraid he'll be a threat to you in the future. After Zhou Fei spoke, he also analyzed his own point of view with Zhou Tong. "Fei, your analysis is good." Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction after hearing Zhou Fei's words. Then his eyes flashed coldly as he said, "I'll think of a way to make Duan Lingtian leave the county governor's estate. Once he leaves the county governor's estate, I'll be able to force him to hand over the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered." Based on Zhou Tong's words, it was clear he had a plan. In Bloody Spectre City, the recent events had caused Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, to feel extremely gloomy. Apart from the Silverworm Army soldiers who were out on missions, the Silverworm Army soldiers who were stationed at the Silverworm Army's camp, including Miao Lailong, and those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven to work as miners in the celestial stone vein, were all killed. In the main hall of the city governor's estate, Lu Fenggu sat in the main seat while Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, sat next to him. "Xianba, what do you think of this?" Lu Fenggu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Chen Xianba. Even though Lu Fenggu was able to maintain his mental state for a long period of time due to his extraordinary cultivation, after a period of investigation and torment, he still showed signs of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with dense veins. Lord City Governor, initially I thought the Silverworm army must have offended someone. However, after thinking about it, I don't think so. If the Silverworm army had offended someone who had the strength to kill Commander Miao Long, it's impossible for that person to not seek an explanation from you. After all, you're the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and Commander Miao Long's superior. Lord City Governor, I think Commander Miao Long had the minor floating image, celestial talisman that you gave him, right? Chen Xianba suddenly thought of this. When he died, the major floating image, celestial talisman, that corresponded to his minor floating image, celestial talisman, didn't receive any celestial talisman's energy, so it couldn't display the floating image mirror image. However, I'm certain he had used the minor floating image, celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu replied. Gasp! Chen Xianba inhaled sharply when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. An expression of shock could be seen on his face as he asked, then, does this mean the person who killed Commander Miao Long is most likely a great overarching golden celestial? It's not just a possibility. The person who killed him is definitely a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu said confidently. How did the Silverworm army offend a great overarching golden celestial? Moreover, if the Silverworm army offended a great overarching golden celestial, that great overarching golden celestial would have come to the city governor's estate to look for you. Lord City Governor, right? Chen Xianba muttered to himself in confusion. Perhaps there's another reason. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Lord City Governor, accompanying this gust of wind was an aged voice. Following that, an old man appeared in the main hall and bowed at Lu Fenggu. Elder Hong, seeing the old man, Qin Xianba, who was sitting at the side, quickly stood up and respectfully greeted him. Although he was the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of this old man. Not only was this old man the closest person to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, but he was also the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards. Moreover, this old man was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre City. Elder Hong, did you find anything? Lu Fenggu asked with a glint in his eyes. Old Hong nodded before he continued to say, Lord City Governor, some time ago, 2 uninvited guests came to Bloody Spectre City. They came from the county city, the county governor's estate. 2 uninvited guests? From the county governor's estate? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened as he asked in a deep voice, Who are they? A figure that he hated immediately appeared in his mind. It was none other than Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. When Chen Xianba looked at Elder Hong said, There are 2 uninvited guests. One of them is the inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, Qian Ping. The other is Zhou Fei, the foster son of revered elder Zhou Tong. His limbs were severed by the Duan Lingtian a year and a half ago. Qian Ping and is Zhou Tong's subordinate, and Zhou Fei is Zhou Tong's foster son. The Silverworm Army's camp was almost razed to the ground. After hearing Elder Hong's words, Lu Fenggu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Lord City Governor. Chen Xianba was curious. As to what the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was thinking of that caused his expression to turn so ugly in just an instant. Xianba, you can leave now. Just as Qin Xianba was feeling curious, Lu Fenggu looked at him and waved his hand. I already know what to do, so there's no need for you to continue investigating. I'll tell you more about it later. For now, I have something to say to Elder Hong. Yes, Lord City Governor. Although Chun Xianba was puzzled, he still left the hall. After Chun Xianba left, Lu Fenggu looked at Elder Hong and said in a deep voice, "Elder Hong, if I'm not mistaken, Zhou Tong already knows that Duan Lingtian is a heavenly celestial who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian is a heavenly celestial who has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. With his greedy nature, he must have coveted the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures to silence the Silverworm army." Lu Fenggu said. With Lu Fenggu's intelligence, it was not difficult for him to figure out what had happened. Zhou Tong had made a move. The city governor's men. If Zhou Tong was the one who made the move, why didn't he look for trouble with you? Elder Hong asked. Zhou Tong is stubborn and self-opinionated. I'm afraid he's already guessed I've groomed Duan Lingtian to deal with him. With his character, he'll definitely come and humiliate me after dealing with Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2648. Lord City Governor, if that's the case, won't Duan Lingtian be in danger? Old Hong gasped when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. A hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, "Lord City Governor, why don't you use a communication celestial talisman to inform him about this? If he receives your message, he'll be able to prepare himself and think of a way to deal with the threat from Zhou Tong." Old Hong said, "Old Hong." Lu Fenggu sighed when he heard Old Hong's words. "I've thought about this as well. However, do you think my communication celestial talisman will reach the county city? Unless I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial or stronger, the chances of it reaching the county city are slim, let alone entering the county governor's estate and reaching Duan Lingtian." A communication celestial talisman was a communication celestial talisman. Immortal message talismans were also divided into different grades. The higher the cultivation level of the immortal message talisman, the faster the transmission speed. Moreover, it could prevent others from intercepting the transmission of the immortal message talisman. For example, Lu Fenggu was a great overarching golden celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu was an indigo sun golden celestial. Although he had communication celestial talismans, they were all inscribed by him. Any communication celestial talisman he inscribed could be intercepted by indigo sun golden celestial or stronger. The distance between Bloody Spectre City and the county city of 9 Spectres County was huge. His immortal message talisman would most likely be intercepted halfway. It was unlikely that it would reach the county city of 9 Spectres County and the county governor's residence. For a communication celestial talisman to successfully transmit a message from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County, it had to be inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. This was because only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger could intercept a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. For example, after Zhou Fei's limbs were severed by Duan Lingtian, the communication celestial talisman he used to send a message to his foster father, Zhou Tong, was personally inscribed by his foster father, a yellow rank, great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, even if I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial, do you think Zhou Tong would still ask me to use a communication celestial talisman to contact Duan Lingtian, since he already knows about Duan Lingtian's background? I'm almost certain that even if either of us went to the county city of 9 Spectres County or the county governor's estate, we wouldn't be able to see Duan Lingtian. At this point, Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, we can't help Duan Lingtian in any way. He can only rely on himself. Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong fell silent. After giving it some thought, Lu Fenggu's words made sense. After Elder Hong left, Lu Fenggu's tense expression finally relaxed. He let out a long sigh as he said, Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll be able to escape this calamity. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to seek revenge from Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu could imagine what would happen if Zhou Tong was killed. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, Zhou Tong would definitely not let him off. After all, Zhou Tong did not want another Duan Lingtian to appear. In the past, Zhou Tong did not feel threatened by Lu Fenggu. Out of respect for the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Zhou Tong could not be bothered to make things difficult for Lu Fenggu. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared in Bloody Spectre City this time. Moreover, before Duan Lingtian went to the county governor's estate, Zhou Tong had treated Duan Lingtian so well and provided him with the best cultivation environment and resources. As long as Zhou Tong was not an idiot, he would definitely feel threatened by Lu Fenggu. Once Zhou Tong dealt with Duan Lingtian, there was no way he would allow Duan Lingtian to continue living in Bloody Spectre City to prevent another threat like Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Fenggu was almost certain. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, Lu Fenggu would definitely die. Lord City Governor, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, Elder Hong, had returned and said to Lu Fenggu, Lu Fenggu, Elder Hong. He said to Lu Fenggu, a year ago, we received news from the county governor's estate that King Qin's mansion will be holding the martial competition of the 16 counties. The county behind the top 3 participants will be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Because of this, Lord County Governor didn't make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, even though he violated the rules set by Lord County Governor. Instead, Lord County Governor even ordered Elder Zheng Qiu to take the blame for Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian. Based on this, it's clear that Lord County Governor values Duan Lingtian a lot and has placed all his hopes on Duan Lingtian to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. You and I both know that Lord County Governor's cultivation base has reached a bottleneck many years ago and hasn't improved since then. Therefore, he's determined to obtain the great overarching pill this time. Under such circumstances, for the sake of the great overarching pill and the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely protect Duan Lingtian. Elder Hong paused for a moment before he continued. Lord City Governor, why don't you tell Lord County Governor everything you know about Duan Lingtian? Let Lord County Governor protect Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian won't be harmed by Zhou Tong. Elder Hong finished his sentence in one breath. I've thought about this as well. Lu Fenggu sighed and said, however, you're oversimplifying things. Let's not talk about whether Zhou Tong will allow us to contact Lord County Governor. Even if we manage to contact Lord County Governor, do you think he won't become a second Zhou Tong? After all, the temptation of a heaven-grade celestial method and divine ability is greater than the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong could not help but smile bitterly. My thoughts aren't as thorough as yours, Lord City Governor. I should have thought of this earlier. It's impossible that you haven't thought of the idea of Lord County Governor protecting Duan Lingtian. It seems like we can only rely on Duan Lingtian this time. Elder Hong sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in Bloody Spectre City. At this moment, he was still in closed-door cultivation. Ever since Duan Lingtian obtained the bottle of primitive celestial pills, the hidden spirit pills, from the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he had been immersed in his cultivation. Even after he had a breakthrough, he continued to cultivate in order to break through to the next level. Apart from that, he continued to absorb the hidden spirit pill, the primitive celestial pill, into his body. He had completely lost track of time as he cultivated. Although he had encountered some bottlenecks in his cultivation and his cultivation speed had slowed down, he did not stop cultivating. He continued to circulate the yellow-grade cultivation method, the secret crystal clearance technique. His celestial origin energy worked with the hidden spirit pill and the spirit containment pill as he continued to circulate the energy in his body. Naturally, during this process, Duan Lingtian's cultivation environment and the prominent celestial stones in his possession played a huge role as well. There's only one hidden spirit pill left. I hope the last hidden spirit pill will be able to help me break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. In the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and brought the last primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, into his hand. Then he popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. A rich medicinal energy flowed down his throat and spread to his entire body in just a blink of an eye. Spirit hardening pill. Following that, Duan Lingtian consumed another primitive celestial pill, the spirit hardening pill. Coincidentally, there's not much medicinal energy left in the previous spirit hardening pill. Now that I've consumed another spirit hardening pill, I'll try to break through this bottleneck in one go. After consuming the medicinal pill, Duan Lingtian concentrated his mind and calmed his qi before once again immersing himself in cultivation. Only the thought of cultivation remained in his mind, and his mind was completely devoid of distracting thoughts. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that someone in the latent dragon abyss was waiting for him in the latent dragon abyss. In the county governor's manor, there was someone waiting for him to come out of seclusion. Furthermore, the person was very patient and had been waiting for several months. Damn it, that Duan Lingtian still hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. He's only a heavenly celestial. No matter how good the cultivation environment is, no matter how many cultivation resources he has, he should have encountered a bottleneck and come out for a breather, right? It's been almost a year and a half, but he still hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. In the second last cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who had just returned from outside, had a grave expression on his face. It had been a few months since he and his godfather, Zhou Tong, had returned from Bloody Spectre City. During these few months, they had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out of his closed-door cultivation. After all, they could not directly attack Duan Lingtian in the latent dragon abyss. If they did, the county governor of Nine Spectres County would be alerted. At that time, they might not even be able to snatch the celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Lingtian. As the saying went, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Zhou Tong had been waiting patiently for Duan Lingtian to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Zhou Fei, on the other hand, was gradually losing his patience after waiting for a few months. However, he could only wait patiently. Every once in a while, he would come out of his room to check if there were any movements in the room below. 2 months later. Boom! Rumble! All of a sudden, a series of loud noises rang in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. It was as though an earth-shattering explosion had occurred. Even the stone room at the top that was closest to the latent dragon abyss trembled slightly. Naturally, the tremors were only limited to the stone room. The stone rooms above the latent dragon abyss did not tremble at all. After all, the latent dragon abyss was built under the supervision of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. This tremor, it's coming from Duan Lingtian's stone room. In the second last stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. Chapter 2649. There were a total of 30 stone rooms in the latent dragon abyss. The deeper the room was, the better the cultivation environment was. The cultivation environment in the deepest room was comparable to the cultivation place of the county governor and the number 1 revered elder of Nine Spectres County. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in the deepest room of the latent dragon abyss was turbulent. His celestial elemental power rushed in all directions like a runaway wild horse. It wreaked havoc in the entire stone room. It slammed against the walls of the stone room and issued waves of muffled sounds. This sound was like the sound of a drum, deafening to the ears. The source of the turbulent celestial origin energy was none other than the purple-clad young man sitting on the stone bed in the room. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. Ever since Duan Lingtian left Zheng Qiu's courtyard and returned to the stone room in the latent dragon abyss 1.5 years ago, he had not left his room at all. He had been fully immersed in his cultivation. With the attitude of a daredevil, he was trying his best to increase his cultivation base. As the saying went, heaven rewards those who persevere. After 1.5 years, Duan Lingtian finally made his second breakthrough and became a yellow sun golden celestial. So this is the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun golden celestial. The celestial origin energy in the stone chamber surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and hit the walls of the stone chamber. Naturally, the celestial origin energy was not as simple as the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun golden celestial. However, the celestial origin energy that's surging out of my body is incomparable to the celestial origin energy of an ordinary yellow sun golden celestial. With the help of the 99 heavenly veins in my body, my celestial origin energy has increased by 2 levels. It's comparable to an ordinary blue sun golden celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a while, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his celestial origin energy. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his celestial origin energy, Duan Lingtian's figure gradually became visible. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light, as if they could illuminate the entire world. Fortunately, I managed to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial with the help of the last hidden spirit pill. I wonder how long I've been cultivating in seclusion this time. However, it should be less than 2.5 years. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. However, he was certain of one thing. This time he should be in seclusion for a little more than 2 years, less than 2.5 years. 2.5 years later, King Qin's mansion would hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the county governor of 9 Spectres County would not allow him to cultivate in seclusion for such a long time, let alone the others. After all, the county governor of 9 Spectres County was counting on him to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Now that I've run out of hidden spirit pills, my cultivation speed won't be fast even if I continue to cultivate. I should wait for more hidden spirit pills or other primitive celestial pills that can coexist with the spirit nourishing pill before I continue to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced consuming the hidden spirit pill and the spirit nourishing pill at the same time, did not want to consume only the spirit nourishing pill for the time being. After all, it would be much slower than consuming both hidden spirit pills and spirit nourishing pills at the same time. Unless there was no other way, Duan Lingtian did not want to consume only the spirit nourishing pills to cultivate. I haven't gone out for a walk since I've been in the county city for so long. I should go out for a walk and relax. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian got off the stone bed and left the stone cultivation room. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the stone cultivation room, he felt someone's gaze on him. Zhou Fei. When he raised his head to look at the person who was looking at him, he discovered it was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei was also the person who had his limbs severed and severely injured by him. Duan Lingtian could sense the hatred in Zhou Fei's eyes when he looked at him. However, he was not bothered by it. After all, he was the one who severed Zhou Fei's limbs. It would be strange if Zhou Fei did not hate him. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Zhou Fei had left the stone cultivation room, although the commotion that I created earlier was not very big. Zhou Fei's current training stone room is coincidentally above mine. it is likely that he will be able to detect the commotion within my training stone room. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Zhou Fei and flew up into the air. He did not even look at Zhou Fei throughout the entire process. Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Fei was, naturally, enraged when he saw how Duan Lingtian had disregarded him. He gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could only roar inwardly, "You can continue being smug. I'd like to see how long you can be smug for. It's Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation? It seems like I haven't seen him for a long time. It's been a year and a half, right? When Duan Lingtian rose into the air and made his way out of the latent dragon abyss, those who had just walked out of their stone chambers or had just returned could not help but discuss among themselves. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice rang in the air when Duan Lingtian was about to leave the latent dragon abyss. Qin Yu? When Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw Qin Yu, the former captain of the Black Dragon Army, who had come with him from Bloody Spectre City, walking out of the third last stone cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. Qin Yu was flying toward him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Now that they were so close, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Qin Yu's aura. He could not help but feel a little surprised. "Qin Yu, you have a breakthrough?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded with a smile. "If I hadn't broken through, how could I have occupied the stone cultivation room that was second only to yours and Zhou Fei's? I was also surprised when I saw you come out of that stone cultivation room." Duan Lingtian sighed. In the past, he knew that Qin Yu was talented and was surprised that Qin Yu had obtained one of the only 2 spots to enter the 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect Qin Yu's talent and strength to be so extraordinary. The fact that Qin Yu was able to occupy the third last stone room in the hidden dragon abyss meant that Qin Yu's strength was second only to him and Zhou Fei. There's nothing to be surprised about. Compared to you, I'm still lacking. Qin Yu laughed self-mockingly. 2 people from Bloody Spectre City came, and are ranked in the top 3 among the 30 golden celestials under the age of 100 in the county governor's office. I'm sure Governor Liu will be happy to know about this. Duan Lingtian changed the topic with a smile. Lord City, Lord must already know that you, Duan Lingtian, have become the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. As for me, I only managed to obtain the stone cultivation room a few months ago. I'm afraid it'll take some time for this matter to reach Lord's ears. Qin Yu said, Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I can feel that your aura has changed quite a lot. You've been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. I'm sure you've gained quite a lot, right? A year and a half? You know, when I started closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. I don't know when you started closed-door cultivation, but I heard the same thing from a few people. Qin Yu said, a year and a half? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Lingtian was certain. It seems like I've indeed spent a year and a half cultivating in closed-door cultivation. In just a year and a half, I managed to break through from a scarlet sun golden celestial to a yellow sun golden celestial. That's a leap of 2 cultivation levels. With such a cultivation speed, it's barely passable in the spirit overarching heaven, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Qin Yu was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Even the most talented Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial in a high-rank celestial kingdom would take much longer than Duan Lingtian to break through to the Yellow Sun Golden Celestial if he had a better cultivation environment, cultivation resources, and cultivation methods than Duan Lingtian. The reason Duan Lingtian took such a short time to cultivate was due to his 99 heavenly veins. Naturally, if he only had 99 heavenly veins, his cultivation speed would not have been so fast. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and became a heavenly celestial, he had heeded Ku-er's third uncle, Xiajia's advice and used the energy in the celestial ascension pool to temper his 99 heavenly veins. That was how he built his foundation. Because of this, with only the 99 veins of heaven in his body that had been tempered thousands of times, his cultivation speed had reached an unheard of level. Otherwise, how could a scarlet moon heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a yellow sun golden celestial in just 2.5 years? How could a scarlet moon heavenly celestial become a yellow sun golden celestial in just 2.5 years? Apart from the powerful forces in the Devata realms who use prominent celestial pills or higher to forcefully raise their juniors' cultivation bases, there was no other way. In the history of the spirit overarching heaven, no one had ever been able to consume a primitive celestial pill to cultivate. It was not only in the spirit overarching heaven. Even in the history of the 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of this feat naturally. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian, where do you plan to go? Qin Yu asked. I've been in the county city for so long, but I haven't gone out yet. Now that I'm out of seclusion, I'm going to walk around. I'll go with you, Duan Lingtian replied. I'll go with you then. Since I've been in the county governor's estate for 2 years, I'm quite familiar with the county city. Chapter 2650. Let's go together then. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Qin Yu, through their interactions in the past, he still had a good impression of Qin Yu. After Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left the latent dragon abyss together, whoosh! A figure flew out of the latent dragon abyss after Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. However, unlike Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu, this person did not head to the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Instead, this person headed in another direction. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. When Zhou Fei saw Duan Lingtian coming out of his closed-door cultivation, he immediately left the latent dragon abyss to report to his godfather, Zhou Tong, who was also the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation. Although Zhou Tong had been patiently waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out of closed-door cultivation, his eyes still lit up when he heard that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation. He was so excited that his old face trembled slightly. Godfather, what should we do next? Zhou Fei asked. I know what to do. Zhou Tong gradually calmed down before he narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, You just have to come with me to watch the show. Zhou Fei felt relieved when he heard Zhou Tong's confident words. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and the others left the county governor's estate, they strolled around the county city under Qin Yu's lead. Although it had been 2 years since Duan Lingtian came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, this was his first time strolling around the county city. Everything in the county city was unfamiliar to him, so he kept looking around. After strolling around the county city for most of the day, Duan Lingtian entered a restaurant under Qin Yu's lead and sat at the corner of the lobby as he listened to the crowd of customers in the lobby talk about various things, gossip and things. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu listened with great interest as the customers in the main hall chatted about everything under the sun. Suddenly, the discussion of 2 drinkers at one of the tables attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Have you heard? A year later, King Qin's mansion will hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. One of the drinkers said to another drinker, who was his friend, Martial competition of the 16 counties. As for his friend, it was obviously the first time he had heard of this matter. What is that? Martial competition of the 16 counties. As the former continued to introduce the martial competition of the 16 counties, not only his friends, but also most of the people in the restaurant turned their attention to him. They listened intently to his introduction of the martial competition of the 16 counties. He thought that this was the first time most people had heard of this matter. No wonder a brother of mine who works in the prefectural governor's mansion told me that the latent dragon abyss appeared 2 years ago and that there were 30 golden immortals below the age of 100 in the latent dragon abyss. So it was the prefectural governor's mansion's preparation for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Latent dragon abyss? I've heard of the county governor's estate. I even heard that 2 years ago, a golden celestial below the age of 100 was recruited from Bloody Spectre City. As soon as he arrived at the hidden dragon abyss, he severed Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him. Zhou Fei? You mean the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County? The adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of Nine Spectres County? That's him. Are you kidding me? Zhou Fei is the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County. How could he have his limbs broken by a golden immortal below the age of 100 from Bloody Spectre City? Actually, this news had spread in the county 2 years ago. However, after a few people were killed by revered Elder Zhou Tong's subordinates for gossiping about this matter, fewer and fewer people dared to talk about it. Then you dare to talk about it now? Aren't you afraid of death? I think. I'm not that unlucky, right? Forget it. I'll pay the bill and leave now. After the person who had exposed the news left in a hurry, a commotion broke out in the large restaurant. Most of them were talking about the golden immortal below the age of 100 from Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. How do you think they'll react if they find out the person they're talking about is sitting here? Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Initially, I wanted to listen to their stories to broaden my horizons. However, it seems like they won't stop talking for the time being. Let's go, Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. All the customers in this huge restaurant's lobby were now talking about him, and it was getting out of hand. It seemed like they would not be able to change the topic until half a day later. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Lingtian walked around the county city under Qin Yu's lead before returning to the county governor's estate and the latent dragon abyss. Keep your voice down. Not many people know about that place yet. If we hurry over now, we might be able to get a share of the loot. All of a sudden, a voice came from a remote alley in front of them. Although the voice was deliberately lowered, it was still heard by Duan Lingtian and Qinyu. For a moment, the two of them stopped moving. After looking at each other, they made a shushing gesture and listened attentively. Is there really a profound grade cultivation method in that place? Another voice that was deliberately lowered sounded, and there was a hint of excitement in it. I'm not sure. However, it said that place was left behind by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's normal for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to cultivate a profound grade cultivation method, right? The voice continued to recount the rumors about the ruin left behind by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It did not seem like it was fake at all. Based on what he said, that place doesn't seem fake. Qin Yu said in a low voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Indeed, Duan Lingtian nodded. He could also tell that the various messages that the person said did not seem to be fake. A moment later, the two sneaky people left the small alley and headed out of the county city. After leaving the county city, they headed north. At the north gate of the county city, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu stopped in their tracks. Do you want to follow them and have a look? Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian. Then he added, once we leave the county city, we won't be able to protect our lives. Of course, if you return to the county governor's estate now and ask him to send an inner court elder with us, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to follow them. Although not many people in the county governor's estate knew about the mediocre grade celestial pill, the great overarching pill, being awarded to the top 3 contestants in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtan were from the county governor's estate. However, as someone who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duan Lingtian and had come to the county city with Zheng Qiu, an inner court elder of the county governor's estate, Qin Yu had heard about this matter from Zheng Qiu. For this reason, he knew the county governor of 9 specters county valued Duan Lingtian a lot. As long as Duan Lingtian asked, the county governor of 9 specters county would be willing to send an inner court elder to accompany Duan Lingtian out of the county city. Moreover, it was a mysterious grade cultivation method. Even the county governor of 9 specters county would be tempted by it. Based on how highly the county governor of 9 specters county valued Duan Lingtian, he would definitely pass the mysterious grade cultivation method to Duan Lingtan so that Duan Lingtian could obtain a better ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by King Qin's mansion. If I return to the county governor's estate now, I'll definitely lose track of them. If the news they said about the mysterious grade cultivation method doesn't sound real, there's no need for me to take the risk. However, based on their words, it's very likely that it's true. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. I'll follow them and have a look. As for you, you can return to the county governor's estate first. If I'm lucky enough to obtain the mysterious grade cultivation method, I'll pass it to you as well. If I don't go with you, even if you obtain the mysterious grade cultivation method, I won't be able to accept it. Qin Yu shook his head and decided to go with Duan Lingtian. 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian had known that Qin Yu was a stubborn person since they had traveled from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Once Qin Yu had made up his mind, it would be difficult for him to change his mind. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not try to persuade Qin Yu and agreed immediately. You can come with me, but don't stray too far from me, Duan Lingtian reminded Qin Yu. Understood. Qin Yu nodded. Although he did not know how powerful Duan Lingtian was, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left the north gate of the 9 Spectres County. They followed the 2 men as they made their way north. The 2 men were ordinary scarlet sun, golden celestials. Although they were not slow, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were much faster. It was not difficult for them to catch up with the 2 men. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian continued to follow the 2 men as they walked further and further away. Duan Lingtian, I feel like something's not right. Qin Yu's expression turned solemn as he flew through the air above a bamboo forest. He had a feeling that something was not right. I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap this time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized the danger they were in. This was because the 2 people whom they were following closely seemed to have disappeared without a trace in an instant after they arrived in the sky above the bamboo forest. At the same time, the 2 of them seemed to have become 2 headless flies. Just when Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian realized something was amiss and realized the danger they were in, they came to a halt simultaneously. Duan Lingtian, a voice that Duan Lingtian was very familiar with suddenly sounded from the sky. It was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian immediately raised his head to look. 2 figures appeared in front of him. An old man stood in front of him while a young man stood behind him. The person who had called out his name was the young man standing behind him. Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 2651. How could it be them? Qin Yu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, saw the 2 people who were descending from the sky towards them. His expression changed greatly, and he could not help but let out a cry of alarm. Of the 2 people before him, he had only met Zhou Fei. However, now that Zhou Fei was escorting an old man, it was not difficult for him to guess the old man's identity. The number 1 reverend of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian is the person in front of Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong? Although he had vaguely guessed the identity of the old man, Qin Yu still could not help but ask Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. According to what he learned from Zheng Qiu 1.5 years ago, before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation, Zhou Tong had willingly given Duan Lingtian 2 bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, to Duan Lingtian for the sake of the great overarching pills. How could a person's attitude change so drastically in a year and a half? The old man who descended from the sky with Zhou Fei escorting him was clearly hostile. Most importantly, the old man did not seem like a golden immortal at all. Whether it was the old man's temperament or the invisible aura he exuded, they all seemed to be telling the people around him, he was not a golden immortal. They were existences that were even more powerful than golden immortals. "It's Zhou Tong," Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Qin Yu could not help but gasp even though he was mentally prepared. "Didn't he give you 2 bottles of low-grade immortal elixir, spirit-nourishing elixir, a year and a half ago with the intention of training you so that you could shine in the martial competition of the 16 counties? This time, he doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. In a year and a half, isn't the change in him a little too great?" said Qin Yu via voice transmission. Indeed, they don't come with good intentions. Qin Yu could see that Zhou Tong did not come with good intentions. Duan Lingtian could naturally also see that. It was to the extent that he had already guessed that those 2 people from before were most likely arranged by Zhou Tong. "I was too careless," Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. It was also because what the 2 of them said was too real and did not seem to be fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them without any warning. Naturally, other than the fact that the 2 of them did not seem to be lying, it was also because he had a strong desire for the profound grade cultivation method. If he could obtain a Xian grade cultivation method to replace his current Huang grade cultivation method, the secret crystal clearance method, his cultivation speed would reach a whole new level. Looks like those 2 people were arranged by Zhou Tong. However, from what those 2 people said, the matter of the profound grade cultivation method doesn't seem to be fake, said Qin Yu via voice transmission. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei had already descended from the sky and arrived at a location not far from Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Both of their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. As for Qin Yu, he was completely ignored by them. Exalted Zhou Tong, what a coincidence to be able to meet you here. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Tong with a slight smile on his face. Unfortunately, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Oh, Duan Lingtian was surprised. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. I really didn't expect you to have hidden yourself so well. If I hadn't gone to the Bloody Spectre City to investigate your background, I wouldn't have thought that you're someone who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. Moreover, you're a heavenly immortal who ascended to the heavenly immortal ascension pool. When Zhou Fei finished speaking, the sneer on his face grew even wider. Whoosh! As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, Qin Yu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, had a change in expression. He had already confirmed Zhou Fei's words. However, he did not expect Zhou Fei to not only know that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago, but he also seemed to have confirmed this matter. At this moment, realization dawned on Qin Yu. It was no wonder Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County, would treat Duan Lingtian so differently after a year and a half. As it turned out, Zhou Tong knew that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. It was not difficult for Qin Yu to figure out why Zhou Tong's attitude had changed. Zhou Tong must have coveted Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities that were suspected to be at the heaven grade. Mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, were insignificant compared to heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Horror dawned on Qin Yu's face when he realized the reason Zhou Tong came with ill intentions. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was not lying. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. "You're really thoughtful. To think you managed to find out about all these things." Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Fei indifferently. He clicked his tongue disdainfully as he said, "Zhou Fei, if you'd put more effort into cultivating, you wouldn't have been so weak in front of me." Duan Lingtian's words were akin to rubbing salt on Zhou Fei's wound. Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. "Duan Lingtian, what are you so proud of?" Zhou Fei's expression changed greatly. He glared at Duan Lingtian and roared. "If it weren't for the fact that you've mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, how could you possibly be a match for me? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a lowly ascender who's been lucky." "Lowly ascender?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "You said I'm a lowly ascender? Then, what do you count as someone whose 4 limbs were cut off by a lowly ascender like me? Trash? Trash?" The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew even wider. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Zhou Fei's expression changed again and again. However, he did not know how to refute it. After all, he was indeed no match for Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, the gap between them was very large. Duan Lingtian could defeat him in a single move. "Duan Lingtian, I won't argue with you," Zhou Fei said in a deep voice. "After today, you'll be a dog in my foster father's cage. If he tells you to go east, you won't dare to go west. If he tells you to go south, you won't dare to go north. If you cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, you might be able to live for a few more years. If you don't, I'll make you suffer until you're willing to cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered." When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes gleamed brightly as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being imprisoned by his foster father. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as brilliant as ever. From the beginning until the end, there was not a trace of fear on his face. It was as though he was not afraid of Zhou Tong at all. "Since you can still smile, you should seize the opportunity to smile. When my foster father makes his move, you won't be able to smile even if you want to." Zhou Fei sneered. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, Zhou Tong, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. "I can't believe you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for 2.5 years. If I'm not mistaken, you're still a heavenly celestial, right? If I say no, would you believe me, revered elder Zhou Tong?" Duan Lingtian asked Zhou Tong. "Humph!" Before Zhou Tong could open his mouth, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are? It's only been 2.5 years. How can a heavenly celestial like you break through and become a golden celestial? What a joke! If it weren't for the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, Zhou Fei, would only need a finger to kill you." When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, no matter what Zhou Fei said, Duan Lingtian did not even look at him from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian continued to look at Zhou Tong. It was as though only Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate, was worthy of his attention. Zhou Fei was not worthy. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Zhou Tong, who was completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, felt both humiliated and enraged. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. You're destined to be my prisoner today, Zhou Tong said confidently as his eyes turned cold. Revered elder Zhou Tong. Even when Zhou Tong revealed his fangs, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he used an extremely casual tone to ask, "If I'm not wrong, the two people that lured me and Qin Yu out of the county city were arranged by you, right?" "That's right," Zhou Tong replied indifferently. He was not bothered by the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his composure until now. Just like his foster son, Zhou Fei, both of them felt Duan Lingtian was only pretending to be mysterious for being able to maintain his composure until now. "I'm very curious. Why is it that when they talked about the profound grade cultivation method, they were able to make it sound so real? It didn't seem fake at all," Duan Lingtian asked again. "That's because everything they said was what I experienced a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, I received news about a mysterious grade cultivation method and left the Nine Spectres County." When he mentioned this matter, an imperceptible look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face. "It seems like the mysterious grade cultivation method has been taken away by someone else. What a pity." Although a look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face before disappearing, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly and directly pointed it out in his words. "It's not a pity." Chapter 2652. About 2 years ago, Zhou Tong had secretly left the county governor's estate and the county city of Nine Spectres County after he learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method. The reason why he left secretly was because he did not want to share the profound grade cultivation technique with the princess of the Nine Spectres County. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County and severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong had just learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method and secretly left the county city of Nine Spectres County. "Based on your words, revered Elder Zhou Tong, it seems like you're certain I'll give you my celestial methods and divine abilities?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Tong's words. "You don't have to hand them over as long as you don't regret it when the time comes." Zhou Tong sneered. "I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. At that time, you won't be able to die even if you want to. I'd like to see if Duan Lingtian's willpower can withstand the torture I'll inflict on you." Whoosh! As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames and shot up into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a god of fire. Zhou Tong stood there like a god of fire. His celestial origin energy that was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial caused the air to tremble. Among the people present, Qin Yu and Zhou Fei, who had weaker cultivations, were pressured by the powerful aura of a great golden immortal from Zhou Tong's body. Their faces turned red, and they were a little breathless. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not affected at all. A mere heavenly celestial is able to remain calm under the pressure of my aura. You, Duan Lingtian, should be proud of yourself. Zhou Tong raised an eyebrow as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He spoke as though he was looking down on Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was a god who ruled over everything, while Duan Lingtian was merely an ant that he could trample on. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Tong's words. "Qin Yu." Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Yu and said, "Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei are here for me. You should return first. Duan Lingtian, we came here together. If you want to return, let's return together." Qin Yu knew Duan Lingtian was doing this for his own good. However, he, Qin Yu, could not abandon his friend and flee by himself when the enemy was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking and Duan Lingtian frowned, Zhou Tong snorted coldly. "Both of you can forget about escaping today." Zhou Tong Duan Lingtian sect. If he was here to kill Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to care about Qin Yu's life. Even if Qin Yu did not die, he could complain to the county governor of Nine Spectres County. No matter how angry the county governor was, he would not make things difficult for Zhou Tong, one of the only two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, for the sake of a dead Duan Lingtian. To the county governor, a living Duan Lingtian's value might not be any lower than Zhou Tong's. However, a dead Duan Lingtian was not as valuable as him to the county governor. However, Zhou Tong Duan Lingtian's sect did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian this time. At the very least, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian for the time being. Even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he would have to obtain the celestial techniques and divine abilities in Duan Lingtian's possession before he could make a move. Under such circumstances, there was no way he would allow Qin Yu to leave and report to the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Once the county governor learned that Duan Lingtian had mastered celestial techniques and divine abilities, he would definitely intervene. At that time, no matter what happened, it would not be something he wanted to see. Forget it. It's fine if you want to stay. Take care of yourself. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he glanced at Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong. Currently, Zhou Fei was glaring at Qin Yu like a tiger watching its prey. Fei, you killed Qin Yu. I'll capture Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong instructed Zhou Fei. His eyes never left Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in his world. Yes, father. After Zhou Fei answered, he immediately set off. He rushed toward Qin Yu to kill him. Be careful. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. The celestial origin energy in his body surged as he tried to help Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu left the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had yet to obtain Zhou Fei's cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. Based on this, it was clear there was still a gap between Qin Yu and Zhou Fei's strength. For this reason, Zhou Tong was worried about Qin Yu's safety. You should take care of yourself first. However, just as Duan Lingtian was about to make his move toward Zhou Fei, another figure appeared in his path. It was none other than Zhou Tong, who seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared before him in the blink of an eye, while his celestial origin energy surged like flames. Bang! Boom! 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 While Duan Lingtian was being held back by Zhou Tong, a loud explosion sounded from the other side. It was the sound of Qin Yu and Zhou Fei exchanging blows. Duan Lingtian looked over. He discovered that Zhou Tong was stronger than Zhou Tong. Although Zhou Fei was stronger than Qin Yu, he was not much stronger than Qin Yu. Based on the current situation, Zhou Fei won't be able to threaten Qin Yu's life within 100 moves. Duan Lingtian felt at ease when he saw this. His attention was completely focused on Zhou Tong, who was standing before him. Before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had heard about Zhou Tong from Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He knew that Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong were irreconcilable enemies. Moreover, before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had made a deal with Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu had done his best to provide him with the best cultivation environment and resources. As for Zhou Tong, he would help Lu Fenggu capture Zhou Tong and bring him back to Bloody Spectre City for Lu Fenggu to deal with. Once Lu Fenggu killed Zhou Tong and took his revenge, Lu Fenggu would tell him where the celestial fire was. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed brightly as he looked at Zhou Tong. It was as bright as the stars in the night sky. He was looking forward to the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian, if you surrender, you'll suffer less. However, if you dare to resist, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhou Tong said in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Although he was confident that he could kill Duan Lingtian with his strength as a great overarching golden celestial, it would only take him one move. However, he could not kill Duan Lingtian for the time being. To him, capturing Duan Lingtian without killing Duan Lingtian was much more difficult than killing Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was not difficult at all. He believed that as long as he unleashed his celestial origin energy, he would be able to capture Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye, making it impossible for Duan Lingtian to turn the tables. You're a great overarching golden celestial, yet you like to spout nonsense. Don't you think you're a disgrace to great overarching golden celestials? Duan Lingtian said with a sneer. Elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and raised his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. When he was a heavenly celestial, the elementary devouring tactic could only raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, now that he had become a golden celestial, it was only natural that he could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade, assist-type divine ability. It was also the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered up until now. What a powerful assist-type divine ability. It seems like his celestial origin energy has been raised by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic, Zhou Tong could clearly sense the changes in Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although he could not confirm how many levels Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been raised, he was certain it was a high-grade divine ability. It was most likely a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Earth-grade assist-type divine abilities, or even lower-grade assist-type divine abilities, would not be able to do this. It seems like you're really going to resist. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson. After I capture you, I'll make you suffer. Zhou Tong could tell Duan Lingtian was going to fight back when he saw Duan Lingtian had cast his assist-type divine ability. He was instantly enraged. Flames of anger rose in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed as though it was going to burn everything. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking boom, Zhou Tong's body shook, causing the space to rumble. Subsequently, Zhou Tong seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame as he soared across the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The air in his path seemed as though it would burn at any moment. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with Zhou Tong's ferocious attacks, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and brought out a celestial sword. It was a primitive celestial weapon he had obtained earlier. Then he began to cast his various techniques. He did not dare to hold back in the face of a great overarching golden celestial who was charging at him menacingly. Swoosh! 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 As the dozen or so sword formations merged into one, the sword formation shone brightly and unleashed a terrifying force as it charged toward Zhou Tong menacingly. How's this possible? As soon as Duan Lingtian used his primitive celestial weapon to attack, Zhou Tong could clearly sense it. The force of Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than all the peak golden celestials he had encountered so far. Even the inner mansion elder in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestials, would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was not powerful enough to threaten Zhou Tong, it was still not powerful enough. However, it was not something that could be dispelled by the attacks that he had just displayed. Chapter 2653. It seems like I've underestimated you. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression on his face. He had only managed to neutralize Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack with all his might without using any celestial weapons. His eyes were filled with waves of inexplicable shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Did he really just descend to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago? Is he really just a heavenly celestial? At this moment, Zhou Tong's heart began to waver. Even a violet moon heavenly celestial who had mastered so many heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack, right? Moreover, how could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a violet moon heavenly celestial in just 2.5 years? Even if Duan Lingtian was talented and managed to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven after cultivating in the mundane realm for less than 100 years, it was still impossible for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. However, it was impossible for him to improve so much in just 2.5 years, right? It seems that he has other secrets on him. Zhou Tong thought about how Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He had spent a lot of effort to verify this. Therefore, he guessed Duan Lingtian had other secrets. That secret was most likely the reason why Duan Lingtian had become so powerful in just 2.5 years. Zhou Tong's breathing quickened when he thought about this. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Zhou Tong muttered to himself. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, However, if this is the extent of your strength, you're destined to be captured by me today. I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. As he spoke, Zhou Tong's tone became increasingly cold, giving one the feeling as if one had fallen into an ice cellar. Although the power of Duan Lingtian's attack just now was greater than the full-powered attack of any Pete Gold immortal he had ever encountered, however, compared to his strength, there was still a gap. Earlier, the reason why he'd used his full strength to deal with Duan Lingtian's attack was only because he'd acted hastily and gained the upper hand after striking, causing him to suffer a great loss. If he was prepared and faced Duan Lingtian head-on, then even if he didn't use an immortal artifact, his full strength attack would be enough to easily defeat Duan Lingtian's attack from before. That will depend on whether you have the ability to capture me. Duan Lingtian sneered. At this time, he could roughly feel the gap between him and Zhou Tong. Even if Zhou Tong did not use his celestial artifact, he could still easily deal with the full-powered attack of his low-grade celestial artifact. However, was this really the extent of his trump card? I'll show you right away. Zhou Tong also sneered. Boom! Rumble! Zhou Tong's body swayed again as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The flames on his body soared into the sky as if the god of fire was enraged and was about to unleash a divine punishment on the world. The movement was so great that Zhou Fei and Qin Yu, who were fighting at the side, temporarily separated from each other. They stopped fighting and looked at the flaming figure with a shocked expression on their faces. This Duan Lingtian can actually force my foster father to use such a powerful force. Although Zhou Fei's cultivation was not enough to see through his foster father's current attack, he could still faintly feel that his foster father's attack was too powerful. Even the full strength of a peak golden immortal would not be able to match the strength of his foster father's attack. Duan Lingtian could actually force his foster father to use such a powerful force? It was not only Zhou Fei. Even Qin Yu was in a similar state of shock. Earlier, Qin Yu and Zhou Fei had exchanged 20 to 30 blows. Although Qin Yu was at a disadvantage, he would not lose to Zhou Fei in a short period of time. Now that Zhou Fei had taken the initiative to stop, Qin Yu was more than happy to stop as well. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as he faced Zhou Tong, who was charging at him menacingly again. The strength of the current Zhou Tong's attacks was far from what he had been capable of earlier. Even if Qin Yu were to use the same attack as before, it would be difficult for him to withstand Zhou Tong's current attack. My current strength is still slightly weaker than a great overarching golden immortal. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. However, the difference isn't that big. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew the low-grade celestial sword. Just as Zhou Tong, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, was puzzled by Duan Lingtian's actions, a voice suddenly rang out. 7 orifices, exquisite sword. With just a thought, a 7-colored light rose from the center of Duan Lingtian's right palm. Every time it rose a little, a powerful aura would sweep out in all directions. After a while, the 7-colored sword ray hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. And it was precisely this 7-colored sword ray that gave Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei, and Qinyu an extremely oppressive feeling the moment it appeared. This was especially true for Zhou Fei and Qinyu. Even the powerful aura emitted by Zhou Tong, a great golden immortal, was far less oppressive than the 7-colored sword light. At this moment, the 7-colored sword ray was the focus of everyone's attention. It hovered in the air, causing everything around it to pale in comparison. This seems like an immortal artifact. What grade is this immortal artifact? Zhou Tong and the other 2 were shocked and confused. Sword formation, 13 green lotus swords. Faced with the descending flames that were like divine punishment, Duan Lingtian made his move again with the help of the 7-colored sword ray that rose from his palm. In just an instant, the sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword rays shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. More than 10 7-colored sword formations whizzed out, forming a special rainbow in the void. Whoosh! In the end, the dozen or so rainbow sword formations merged into one. Their radiance increased tremendously, like a rainbow scorching sun, radiating dazzling rainbow light in all directions. Boom! 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 The moment the 7-colored sun appeared, the power of the sword formation whizzed out and slammed into the void, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade immortal artifact. However, do you think you're the only one with the immortal artifact? Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with greed. His voice became colder, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Whoosh! 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 As Zhou Tong charged toward Duan Lingtian, a walking stick appeared in his right hand. The flames on his body surged again, emitting an even more powerful aura. This might was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation that was like a blazing 7-colored sun, a mediocre celestial artifact. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see the celestial artifact that Zhou Tong had taken out was not just a primitive celestial artifact. If it was just a primitive celestial artifact, it would not be enough to help Zhou Tong's strength catch up to his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Since it was not a primitive celestial artifact, it could only be a mediocre celestial artifact. He did not think Zhou Tong would have a prominent celestial artifact, since he did not think Zhou Tong would have one. I wonder if the last stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the submission of 10,000 soldiers, would be able to snatch a mediocre celestial artifact, like a primitive celestial artifact. While Duan Lingtian was feeling slightly nervous, the 7-colored sword ray that bloomed like a blazing 7-colored sun emitted a mysterious aura that spread in the air at an exaggerated speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had shrouded the surrounding area. Zhou Tong was not the only one who was shrouded. Even Zhou Fei and Qinyu were no exception. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, the immortal artifacts in Zhou Tong and Qinyu's hands were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. They flew out of their hands and were pulled into the 7-colored sword formation by a powerful invisible power. No, impossible. At the same time, 2 shocked cries rang in the air. The mediocre celestial artifact, walking stick, in Zhou Tong's hand had also been snatched by the mysterious aura from Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation. The aura had injured Zhou Tong's hand and forcibly snatched the walking stick from his hand. Without the crutch to rely on, the flames on Zhou Tong's body instantly weakened a little. When Zhou Tong's mediocre celestial artifact, walking stick, was snatched and merged with Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation, The seven-colored sword formation finally met Zhou Tong, who was like a meteor that was shrouded in flames. Whoosh! 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 The sword whistled. The seven-colored sword ray that filled the sky illuminated the entire area. It seemed as though it had turned into a seven-colored, dreamlike world in an instant. Whoosh! 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 The sound of flames raging could be heard. A huge ball of flames broke through the air. It was so powerful that it seemed as though it could burn the entire area. The two attacks collided with each other. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. A mushroom cloud rose into the air. Following that, an extremely powerful shockwave spread out along with the airwaves. It slapped Zhou Fei and Qin Yu's bodies and sent them flying far away. Furthermore, both of them were heavily injured. This was because they were relatively far away from the scene. If they were near the place where the two forces collided, that attack just now would have been enough to take their lives. No. Right at the moment when Zhou Fei and Qin Yu stopped with lingering fear in their hearts, another unreconciled cry sounded in their ears. Father! Chapter 2654. Swoosh! 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 When the sword formation gathered from the seven-colored sword light received Zhou Tong, it also extinguished the flames on him in a devastating manner. Moreover, it all landed on his body, leaving behind bloody holes. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Tong looked like a hornet's nest. His entire body was filled with bloody holes, and blood was gushing out of them. After a while, the weak celestial origin energy in Zhou Tong's body began to dissipate, and the bloody holes on his body finally stopped spurting blood. Huff, 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 huff! Zhou Tong panted heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. It was because of the intense pain that came from all over his body that he broke out in cold sweat. Otherwise, with his cultivation base, it was impossible for him to sweat no matter how hot the weather was. Why didn't you kill me? Zhou Tong panted heavily as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from shock and disbelief, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword ray that had gathered into a sword formation had left many hideous bloody holes on his body, causing his body to look like a hornet's nest, it was still not enough. However, during this process, the rainbow-colored sword rays seemed to have eyes. They completely avoided the vital parts of his body so that he would not die from the previous attack. Naturally, I have a use for you. In response to Zhou Tong's question, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, however, there's no need to be in such a hurry. You'll also die soon. It's just that you won't die in my hands. He did not kill Zhou Tong because he wanted to bring Zhou Tong back to Bloody Spectre City so that Lu Fenggu, the city governor, could personally kill him. At that time, not only would he be able to complete his deal with Lu Fenggu, but he would also be able to obtain information about the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. Who do you want to kill me? Zhou Tong's eyes widened. Who do you think? Duan Lingtian asked. Lu Fenggu. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Zhou Tong subconsciously uttered such a name. The reason why he thought of this name was because he couldn't think of anyone else other than Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu was the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was from Bloody Spectre City. Exalted Zhou Tong is indeed smart. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Godfather, use a soul attack. Unless this Duan Lingtian possesses a prominent celestial weapon, it's impossible for him to withstand the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Zhou Fei, who was standing in the distance, finally regained his senses. He was stunned by the scene of Zhou Tong being defeated and severely injured by Duan Lingtian. After regaining his senses, he immediately roared out a warning to Zhou Tong. He had heard about Duan Lingtian possessing a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon from Miao Lailong, the commander of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of soul attacks from golden celestials. However, a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could only withstand soul attacks from golden celestials. A mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could not withstand soul attacks from a great overarching golden celestial. Only a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could withstand soul attacks from a great overarching golden celestial. Hearing Zhou Fei's warning, Zhou Tong, who had originally thought that he was going to die and had lost all hope, suddenly had his eyes light up. They were like two resplendent stars twinkling in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Whoosh! In the next moment, he cast a soul attack without any hesitation. A seemingly solid flame shot out from between his eyebrows and shot toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Before Duan Lingtian could react, it entered Duan Lingtian's body. The seemingly solid flame was the great overarching golden celestial soul attack that Zhou Tong had cast in a hurry. After entering Duan Lingtian's body, it went straight for Duan Lingtian's soul. It looked as though it wanted to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. However, just as the solid flame was about to reach Duan Lingtian's soul and burn Duan Lingtian's soul, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh! A small piece of metal that looked broken and inconspicuous appeared out of nowhere between the flame and Duan Lingtian's soul. It was as though it had transformed into a natural barrier that separated the two. In the next moment, the incomplete piece of metal that seemed to be constantly flickering with a mysterious light suddenly shone with a mysterious light. A powerful suction force extended from it, and as if it was trying to devour the world, it directly swallowed the seemingly solid flame that was charging at it with a ferocious momentum. After devouring the seemingly solid flame, the broken piece of metal retracted its mysterious light in a timely manner. However, the mysterious light on the broken piece of metal was much deeper and denser than before. However, since Duan Lingtian was not paying attention to this, he did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have been able to confirm one thing. That was, after devouring the soul attack, the profound light on the incomplete piece of metal seemed to undergo some strange changes. This broken piece of metal is comparable to a superior grade celestial artifact that defends the soul. Moreover, judging from how easily it devours the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial, this is probably not its limit. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself after the broken piece of metal on the side of his soul had easily devoured Zhou Tong's soul attack. Perhaps it can even devour the soul attack of someone stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but inwardly gasp. This defective metal piece is the product of a jade token and a strange stone. The origin of the strange stone is unknown, but the jade token is highly valued by Ku-Er's third uncle, a powerhouse from the divine offering land who's even more powerful than a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian explained. I don't know what this defective piece of metal is, but I'm not sure what it is. Are there any secrets hidden in it? Duan Lingtian grew more and more curious about the broken piece of metal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the broken piece of metal. Gasp! 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 3 sharp inhales rang in the air in unison. The sound was particularly ear-piercing in this silent environment. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at Zhou Tong, who had just attacked him with a soul attack. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Zhou Tong. If he did not have the broken piece of metal, he would have been able to kill Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's soul attack would have been enough to destroy his soul and take his life. Why you actually have a soul defense prominent celestial weapon? Zhou Tong stared at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief when he heard Zhou Fei's words. His voice trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with fear as he stuttered in fear. A prominent celestial weapon, let alone his godfather Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, did not have a prominent celestial weapon. Even the county governor of 9 specters, county, did not have a prominent celestial weapon. However, not only did Duan Lingtian possess a prominent celestial weapon, but it was a sole defense celestial weapon that was even rarer than ordinary celestial weapons. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly as soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking. With a cold snort, he raised his hand like lightning and aimed it in the direction of Zhou Fei, sweeping across the sky. Swoosh! A beam of rainbow-colored sword light flashed across the sky, as if it could slice the world in half. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Zhou Fei's body was sliced into 2 by the 7-colored sword ray. Zhou Fei's expression was still the same even when he was killed. It was clear he did not even have time to react to Duan Lingtian's sudden attack. Bang! Duan Lingtian struck with his palm, and his boundless celestial origin energy surged out like a torrent, destroying Zhou Fei's body that had been sliced into 2. All that was left was a spatial ring that floated in the air before Duan Lingtian raised his hand and collected it. Zhou Fei, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, had completely disappeared from this world without leaving a trace. From the beginning until the end, Zhou Tong did not dare to move at all as he stood nearby. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not use the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword and the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, when he swung his sword earlier. If Zhou Tong had made a move, he might have been able to block the attack even if he was severely injured. However, he did not dare to do so. This was because he knew if he did so, he would only infuriate Duan Lingtian. In that case, he would die even faster. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to put Zhou Fei's spatial ring away, a deafening sound rang in his ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a streak of light shooting through the air. A flowing light left the void where Zhou Tong was at an extremely fast speed and flew toward the county city of 9 Specters County. A communication celestial talisman. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that it was a communication celestial talisman that Zhou Tong had sent out. It was not difficult for him to guess Zhou Tong's intention for sending out the communication celestial talisman. Zhou Tong must have wanted to inform the county governor of the 9 Specters County to send reinforcements. Moreover, the communication celestial talisman might have exposed Duan Lingtian's true identity. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into thousands of sword rays that formed a 7-colored sword formation before it shot toward the communication celestial talisman. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 2655. The communication celestial talisman that Zhou Tong had thrown out had been personally inscribed by him. Its speed was comparable to an ordinary great golden immortal. It was not much slower than Zhou Tong's full speed. If it was someone below the level of a great golden immortal, it would be impossible for them to catch up to the communication celestial talisman, let alone intercept it. However, there were exceptions to everything. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not comparable to a great overarching golden celestial, with the help of the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, his attack was not weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, his attack caught up to Zhou Tong's communication celestial talisman and intercepted it. This was because the 7 orifices exquisite sword had lost its sword soul and was no longer as powerful as it was before. Otherwise, Zhou Tong's communication celestial talisman would not have been able to travel so far. Whoosh! Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw his communication celestial talisman being intercepted. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from shock and disbelief, there was only fear in his eyes. Today, before he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he had never thought he would end up like this. An ascender who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for 2.5 years is stronger than me. How is this possible? Now, no matter how impossible it was, Zhou Tong had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu muttered to himself. At the same time, when Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only shock and awe in his eyes. He knew Duan Lingtian was strong and had mastered many profound celestial techniques and mystiques. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be as strong as a great golden immortal. Today he had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian defeating Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion and one of the 2 great golden immortals in Nine Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian had not held back, Zhou Tong would have been dead. Unknowingly, besides shock, the gaze Qin Yu shot at Duan Lingtian also contained a sense of unfamiliarity. He felt as though Duan Lingtian was a stranger to him at this moment. Was this really the Duan Lingtian he knew? It was as though he was possessed by a god. Qin Yu, are you coming with me to Bloody Spectre City, or should I send you back to the county city first? Duan Lingtian asked Qin Yu with a smile on his face after he controlled the 7-colored sword formation to hover around Zhou Tong. It was as though it had transformed into a cage that imprisoned Zhou Tong. He planned to bring Zhou Tong to Lufeng, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, to the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. Not to mention before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County. He had never thought of such a thing. He had done Golden Immortal Duan since Duan Lingtian, in Duan Lingtian, Dun Lingtian, in Duan Dudash in Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke to Qin Yu regained his senses. After Duan Lingtian asked again, Qin Yu replied, I'll go with you to Bloody Spectre City. Okay, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he controlled a 7-colored sword formation to restrain Zhou Tong and another 7-colored sword formation to carry him and Qin Yu toward Bloody Spectre City at a speed comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian, as long as you release me, I, Zhou Tong, am willing to recognize you as my master. Even if you want to become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, I can still help you. Zhou Tong, who was imprisoned by Duan Lingtian, could smell the scent of death when he saw Duan Lingtian bringing him to Bloody Spectre City. He immediately lowered his head and said humbly, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll die soon. Help me become the county governor of Nine Spectres County? Duan Lingtian smiled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Tong indifferently. Zhou Tong, if you have the ability to help me become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, would you still be a mere revered elder of the county governor's estate? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? A hint of mockery could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice when he spoke. If Zhou Tong had the ability to help Duan Lingtian become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, why didn't he do it himself? Duan Lingtian, although you're strong, you're only evenly matched with Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. If I help you, it won't be impossible for us to kill Tian Jiyu if we join forces. Zhou Tong said. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian chuckled when he heard Zhou Tong's words. Who can guarantee that you won't join forces with the county governor of Nine Spectres County to attack me at that time? Zhou Tong's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had really thought about this before. However, he had a better plan. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You must believe me. Zhou Tong was not confident when he said this. However, he still braced himself and said, If you become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. At that time, you'll be able to enjoy supreme authority in Nine Spectres County. Although the Nine Spectres County is under King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion usually doesn't interfere with the matters in Nine Spectres County. As long as you become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you'll have the final say in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong began to tempt Duan Lingtian with the title of county governor of Nine Spectres County. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian could not be bothered to waste his breath on Zhou Tong since they were about to arrive at Bloody Spectre City. I was just teasing you earlier. Do you really think I can't see through your little scheme? He had only spoken to Zhou Tong earlier because he was bored. 2 years ago, when he was still in Bloody Spectre City, he already knew that the county governor of Nine Spectres County had to be appointed. Similarly, if one wanted to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, one had to obtain the approval of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Similarly, if one wanted to become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, one had to obtain the approval of King Qin from King Qin's mansion. If he killed the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he would be hunted down by King Qin's mansion. When Zhou Tong tried to tempt him with the title of county governor of Nine Spectres County, he knew Zhou Tong was up to no good. Perhaps Zhou Tong would not join forces with the county chief of the Nine Spectres County to deal with Duan Lingtian. However, if the county governor of Nine Spectres County died, Zhou Tong could push all the blame to him and ask King Qin's mansion to deal with him. At that time, he would be hunted down by King Qin's mansion. It would be impossible for him to stay in Nine Spectres County. At that time, Zhou Tong would be able to reap the benefits. He had long guessed Zhou Tong's intention, but he did not point it out. When Zhou Tong heard Duan Lingtian said he was only teasing him because he was bored, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. His expression was unsightly as well. At the same time, his gaze began to sweep the surroundings with the intention of looking for a flaw in the seven-colored sword formation that imprisoned him so that he could charge out and escape with his life. At this moment, his injuries had mostly healed. Although he was not confident he would be able to escape, he was still confident he would be able to escape. What? Are you trying to escape? When the outline of Bloody Spectre City appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian suddenly said coldly as he looked at Zhou Tong. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Duan Lingtian's cold shout scared Zhou Tong so much that he panicked. At the same time, he retracted his gaze guiltily. Humph! When Zhou Tong retracted his gaze, Duan Lingtian's cold snort resonated in the air. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Along with the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air, it was as though the seven-colored sword formations under Duan Lingtian's feet had eyes of their own as they charged toward Zhou Tong, who was imprisoned by another seven-colored sword formation. No, Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian attacking him. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. However, although he had recovered quite a bit from his injuries, he was still far from being at his peak. The celestial origin energy that rose from his body was instantly destroyed by Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword formation. The seven-colored sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet and the seven-colored sword formation that imprisoned Zhou Tong were both created by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, the former did not face any resistance when it entered the latter. Spurt, spurt, spurt. A series of crisp sounds rang out. It was the seven-colored sword light that had gathered into the seven-colored sword formation. Once again, it left hideous and terrifying bloody holes on Zhou Tong's body, piercing him into a hornet's nest. At the same time, just like before, the seven-colored sword formations that rained down on Zhou Tong avoided all the vital points on his body, so his life was not in danger. Due to this, Zhou Tong could only use his celestial origin energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, the aura on Zhou Tong's body weakened once again. Duan, Ling, Tian. When Zhou Tong finally caught his breath, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he gritted his teeth. It was as though he wanted to pounce on Duan Lingtian and bite off a piece of his flesh to vent his anger. Duan Lingtian's actions had cut off Zhou Tong's escape route. With his current state, it was utterly impossible for him to escape under Duan Lingtian's nose. Duan Lingtian completely ignored Zhou Tong's gnashing of teeth. To him, Zhou Tong was merely a person who was about to die. A great overarching golden celestial. He's a great overarching golden celestial. As for Qin Yu, who stood to the side, although he had a calm expression the entire time as he watched the development in front of him, waves of shock had been raised in his heart. After all, Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2656. As the seven-colored light streaked across the sky like a rainbow, the entire Bloody Spectre city was in an uproar. What's that? What's that seven-colored light? It seems to be heading in the direction of the city governor's mansion. Such momentum. Could it be that an expert has come to our Bloody Spectre city? Could it be a friend of the city governor? Everyone in Bloody Spectre City who saw the seven-colored light in the sky looked in the direction the seven-colored light was pointing at. It was the direction of the city governor's mansion. Bloody Spectre City, city governor's mansion. The seven-colored light that resembled a god had alarmed the entire Bloody Spectre City and the city governor's mansion. Everyone in the city governor's mansion watched as the seven-colored light landed outside the main hall of the city governor's mansion. Senior, pardon me for not coming out to welcome you. May I know why you've come to our Bloody Spectre City? Almost as soon as the seven-colored light landed outside the main hall of the city governor's mansion, a loud voice filled with nervousness could be heard from afar. A moment later, a tall figure flew over from afar like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the city governor's mansion. However, when he saw the two people on the other side of the seven-colored light, he was stunned. Behind the tall figure, an old and aged figure appeared. It was an old man. When he saw the two people on the side of the seven-colored light, he was just as stunned as the former. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Previously, the seven-colored light had descended from outside the Bloody Spectre City and landed in the city governor's mansion. It was so majestic that it caused one's heart to palpitate. In their opinion, only a great overarching golden celestial or above would be able to cause such a commotion. Before they appeared, they did not know who this expert was or why he had come. Hence, their hearts were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. This could be heard from the anxious voice that the owner of the tall figure let out before he appeared. Now that they saw the two people in front of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were also stunned. This was because they knew the two young men in front of them, Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu. The tall figure was none other than Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He looked at the two young men standing in front of him with a smile on their faces. Although he regained his senses, it took him a long time to recover from his shock. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought the two great overarching golden celestials who had come to the city governor's estate were the two young talents who had left Bloody Spectre City 2 years ago. Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, City Lord, I've returned this time to complete our deal. Duan Lingtian raised his hand as he looked at Lu Fenggu. Immediately, the seven-colored radiance around Lu Fenggu and Qin Yu faded slightly. Not only did it reveal the complete state of the sword formation, but it also revealed the imprisoned figure in front of Lu Fenggu and the old man beside him. The old man beside Lu Fenggu was none other than Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards. He was the strongest person under Lu Fenggu and was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh! Swoosh! When they saw the old figure imprisoned in the gradually fading seven-colored light, their expressions changed. Their pupils constricted at the same time, and the depths of their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This, Lu Fenggu and Elder Hong's throats moved, and they couldn't accept the reality in front of them for a long time. They hadn't seen the person imprisoned by the rainbow light for many years, but his appearance and figure hadn't changed in the slightest, so they were able to recognize him right away. It was none other than Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. To Lu Fenggu, even if the person before him was reduced to ashes, he would still be able to recognize him. This was because Zhou Tong was the enemy he had been longing to kill all these years. Lu Fenggu, how dare you? At the same time, Zhou Tong, who was trapped by the seven-colored sword formation, glared at Lu Fenggu as he said coldly, "How dare you find someone to deal with me? If I knew this day would come, I wouldn't have spared your life for the sake of the county governor." From Zhou Tong's point of view, it was precisely because he had spared Lu Fenggu's life that this calamity had befallen him. However, he did not expect that Lu Fenggu would be so ruthless. If Duan Lingtian did not want to let Lu Fenggu deal with him, he would have killed Lu Fenggu outside the county city of Nine Spectres County. This time, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provoked Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian did not make a deal with Lu Fenggu, he would still be doomed. Zhou Tong's voice rang in Lu Fenggu's ears like thunder, causing him to feel pain in his eardrums. Lu Fenggu, who had been wondering if he was dreaming, came back to his senses. At the same time, he confirmed that he was not dreaming. "I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming," Lu Fenggu muttered. After regaining his senses, Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong, who was glaring at him. Suddenly, Lu Fenggu smiled brightly. Ha ha ha! In the end, Lu Fenggu could not help but laugh out loud. Whoosh! While Lu Fenggu was laughing loudly, Old Hong, who was standing next to him, regained his senses and left Lu Fenggu's side in a flash to prevent the city lord's mansion's guards, who had heard the commotion, from approaching. Today's matter concerned Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. If he was not careful, he might anger the county governor of Nine Spectres County and bring disaster to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Tong, to think you would have such a day. You didn't even dream that you would have such a day, right? Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong and laughed heartily. His tone was filled with relief and joy. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu stood to the side and watched quietly. Duan Lingtian had long known about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong. Therefore, he was not surprised. On the other hand, Qin Yu had also heard about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong from Duan Lingtian on their way back to Bloody Spectre City. However, when he learned about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong and the deal between Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu, the doubts he had when he was still in Bloody Spectre City were easily solved. He finally understood why Lu Fenggu was here. Why did Lu Fenggu take such good care of Duan Lingtian and allow Duan Lingtian to cultivate in his cultivation room? One must know that even the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, Lu Fenggu's right-hand man, did not receive such treatment. Lu Fenggu, if you dare to touch me, Lord County Governor will make sure you die a graveless death. When Zhou Tong saw the murderous intent in Lu Fenggu's eyes as he laughed, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to use the county governor of Nine Spectres County to threaten Lu Fenggu so that Lu Fenggu would not dare to attack him. If I can kill you, I won't have any regrets, even if Lord County Governor wants to kill me. Lu Fenggu stopped laughing when he heard the threat in Zhou Tong's words. He looked at Zhou Tong with a calm expression as he spoke. At this moment, Lu Fenggu looked as though he had seen through life and death. Whoosh! Seeing that Lu Fenggu was not lying, Zhou Tong's expression changed greatly. When he spoke again, he no longer threatened Lu Fenggu. Instead, he begged Lu, "City Lord Lu, I know that what I did back then was wrong to you and your personal disciple. How about this? If you're willing to spare my life and ask Duan Lingtian to let me go, I'm willing to search for a better direct disciple to compensate you. Also, if there's anything else you want as compensation, I can promise you anything." At this moment of life and death, the usually arrogant Zhou Tong had completely lowered his arrogant head. He wagged his tail and begged for mercy in front of Lu Fenggu, an ant that he had always looked down on. "You're going to search for a better direct disciple to compensate me?" Lu Fenggu laughed. His laughter was brilliant and maniacal. Unknowingly, tears flowed from his eyes and covered his face. However, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. His killing intent had reached its peak. "Do you think that my personal disciple, whom I have groomed since young, whom I see as my own son, can be replaced by anyone?" Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong, and the smile on his face turned into a cold sneer. Zhou Tong was about to say something when he heard Lu Fenggu's voice. "Duan Lingtian." Lu Fenggu glared at Duan Lingtian as killing intent surged out of his eyes. Duan Lingtian knew what Lu Fenggu wanted him to do. With just a thought, the seven-colored sword formation shone brightly. No. When the seven-colored light surged, Zhou Tong seemed to have realized something. His expression changed again as he let out a mournful roar. Boom! Celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Tong's body as he struggled for his life. However, the current Zhou Tong was severely injured after all. Even if he struggled, it was futile in front of Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword formation. Swoosh! 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 The seven-colored sword formation suddenly shrank as tens of thousands of sword rays shot out. After destroying Zhou Tong's surging celestial origin energy, the sword rays pierced into his body, leaving bloody holes on his body. The hornet's nest had appeared again. Although Zhou Tong's vital organs were not injured, he was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Fenggu, who was standing at the side, made his move when Zhou Tong was on the verge of death. Swoosh! Lu Fenggu's palm moved and took Zhou Tong's life. A great overarching golden celestial had died just like that. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.